Welcome everybody to Refest Day 3, our last day of Refest, but hopefully not our last day of live stream programming from here in the downstairs at La Mama. I want to first thank our founding partners, the Seoul Institute of the Arts in Korea and La Mama Experimental Theater Club here in New York City, where we are right now. So this is Refest. Refest was supposed to be a gathering of artists, activists, and technologists coming together in person in this room. That became not possible given the public health crisis that we're in. And so we decided to flip on a dime and do this all via live stream. So with help from our collaborating partners, the NYU's Interactive Telecommunications Program, the Center for Constitutional Rights, Magnum Foundation, and the Safe Harbors Indigenous Collective, we've been able to bring all of this content to you via live stream. Today we have an interesting setup because basically our plan today was to have a bunch of interactive workshops that were going to happen at this table behind me with small groups of people, hands-on, sharing thoughts, sharing tools, sharing resources. Obviously that can't happen, but we still wanted to bring the workshops to you, so we decided to do it in a live stream format. The thing that we're hoping is that our live stream audience will engage the workshop leaders via chat. There's a chat function on the HowlRound website. And there's also chat functions on Facebook if you're watching on Facebook. If you're on HowlRound, there's a little speech bubble that you click to bring up the chat function. And you can also message us at CultureHub NYC on social media. Yeah, so this is going to happen a little bit on the fly since we've never done these workshops via live stream or via remote feed. So we appreciate you bearing with us. We appreciate you being here. And yeah, so let's go for it. I think to begin the first hour of programming, we have some artist interviews, and we also have a couple of performances. So first, we're going to go to the back room of our exhibition to meet Lee Tussman, and then I'll bring you back out for a performance. Let us go. Lee Tussman. We're coming for you.
Hi.
Hello, here we are.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Great.
So can you tell us a little bit about your work, where you are, and where we all could be virtually?
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not that far from you. I'm in Brooklyn streaming to you. I'm also in this virtual space that I'll talk about in a second called Nest Life. And ironically, I designed this project. Actually, I should also tell you, maybe even before I talk about the project, I should talk about myself just a little bit. Who am I? My name is Lee, and I'm an artist. I'm a curator, a programmer, and I'm an educator. I teach new media and math and computer science. And I've always been involved with artist-run spaces. And these can be both kind of institutions as well as informal spaces. And I've been doing a lot of thinking and a lot of talking about, and a lot of kind of talking with other people about what does it look like when artists go online. So it's really ironic that, you know, we're doing this right now. And what are all the different forms that that can take? This is particularly true and particularly of interest to me for kind of art making, tool building. What are these new forms of creation online? And I've been thinking about the history of artists, both recent, you know, remix culture, but also artists historically have been those that kind of take and learn from the past. They learn from each other as in a community. And when I specifically think about some of these DIY artist-run communities I'm a part of, that's often been these communities that grow out of a space. So I'm thinking of, for example, I was an artist in resident at Flux Factory in Queens in Long Island City. And that space, which is, you know, in a warehouse with studios, a gallery, a wood shop, craft room, printmaking facilities, these all play a big impact on the culture, the community, than what gets created in these spaces. And I've been really interested as we move more online, what do these spaces look like in the virtual, right? And I've been thinking about these DIY artist run spaces, but also about, how does this work get exhibited, presented, but then how do we make together? So this project Mess Life that I created is an attempt to make a virtual space where we can make together. And so I'm actually going to just jump into it right now, and then hopefully you can join me in that space. I also want to say, if someone could put this in the chat, if you want to jump in there with me, you're welcome to do that.
I think we lost Lee, but I think Sungmin can, or we can. Billy, you want to play Mess Life for a second? So basically, here, I'll read what it's about. So Mess Life is a generative virtual DIY collective art space inspired by artist warehouses, Kurt Schwitzer's Merzbau surrealist games, and virtual environments like Minecraft and Second Life. It exists as an online warehouse platform, as well as live manifestations in artist communities. It is a virtual space, as well as an experimental art-making tool. Are we getting Lee back, or should we move on? So what's interesting about this piece is that we were intending to exhibit it between New York City and Los Angeles, so that our audiences could be connected virtually, creating an art space online together in New York and Los Angeles. This festival was supposed to happen in Los Angeles, but it has now been postponed in LA. But we're going to find more ways to connect online. Cool. And I think we're seeing Lee's window through a screen share. So if you just saw that, I think Lee just built a wall inside of his virtual warehouse, and now he's grabbing that wall. The wall just so happens to be our graphic. Now he's moving it back and forth. It looks like he could also theoretically throw a basketball in the space. Now he's dropping that wall. Cool. All right. So folks can hop on to this virtual art space as well, and we'll share the link in the chat later. I think now we're going to go back to our main theater space.
Pictures, drawings, paintings.
Oh, hello.
So
Lee.
as an example, like earlier yesterday, I was meeting with a class of students from my university, which is Purchase College, and so this is a painting by Maggie Pickering that she uploaded into the space. And this becomes kind of raw material that I can use to build here in this world together. And anyone else, I know I saw someone else walking around here a little bit earlier. Anyone else that's in here can also kind of grab, manipulate, and build with this. You'll see this kind of strange indication. It says on the right, trash pile. If I click this, I could jump over to the trash, and you'll see it's kind of landed in the dumpster. I'm just going to jump back and walk over there for a second. The dumpsters are over here. I'm kind of jumping, flying. I can change around. Oh, I also want to show, there's this way to kind of view the entirety of the world. So if I change the floor, for example, with Maggie's paintings, I'll just spawn it a few times and I switch to the sky view. We can see the totality of all the kind of creation and making that's been going on. So there's this generative art piece that shows all of kind of the work that's been happening in this space. I can see a little person walking around on the screen over there.
That's Billy.
And I'll switch back to myself so I can walk over to the dumpster before I kind of wrap up. And you can see that I can either kind of walk over here and there's like materials dropped in these dumpsters, but I can also just kind of spawn using the trash, because so much of these kind of artist-run spaces are the collection of all the detritus that's been in these spaces from earlier, right? From past artists, past people working creatively in the space. And just very quickly, there's a performance venue over here where people can perform from, play music. There's a few places to present work. You can build things anywhere in the space, but there's like a kind of a shed annex over there. There's the warehouse, which also serves as a gallery space. There's these kind of shipping container area. There's shopping carts, bikes, a skate park. These shipping containers are open. And so you can kind of build work inside of these spaces. And so this is my kind of attempt to kind of create this world that we can all kind of inhabit and build in a kind of small, intimate kind of space together and imagine new forms of creation.
Cool. Okay, we're losing some of Lee's audio, so I think we're going to move on to this performance. Thank you, Lee, and let us go into the theater. So next up, we have a performance. It is an excerpt of Home by Nia and Ness.
Do you remember when the brown cashier in the bodega around the corner asked us if we were sisters? And we said, no, we're girlfriends. He asked, well, which one's the man? Which one's the woman? We've been going there for a year, giving them our money, our energy for a year. I told you, the brown guy in the halal truck asked me if you and I sleep in the same bed. We used to smile and wave at him almost every day on our way to work. We don't smile and wave at anyone anymore. Do you remember when those black teens in Philly taunted us and told us to kiss? We were just walking down the street happy, holding hands. I'm uncomfortable holding your hand everywhere we go. over, and if we kiss naked. We were out in the middle of nowhere that summer, and we thought we'd actually made a friend. We remember the black woman on the Q train who crossed herself whenever she made eye contact with us. And we remember other women of various races who've shaken their heads at us or given us dirty looks if we sat next to or across from them. And we remember many men, and we hate to say it, but mostly black and brown men on the train and on the street who undress us with their eyes and fuck us with their words, all while we hope it doesn't turn physical. We remember the black man on the C train in Manhattan who cornered us in our seats and yelled for 20 minutes about all the ways he would kill us because of all the problems we cause in the black community. Our hearts still race whenever we think about getting on a train. And even if no one else says it, we still feel his sentiment whenever we walk together through a black neighborhood. We remember the black man in Crown Heights who saw us sitting on a bench, made his hand into a gun, pointed at Nia's head, and shot twice. We wondered what might have happened if he'd had a real one. We remember the black man in Harlem who intentionally hit me in the arm as we passed by him. And we remember not fighting back, afraid other black men would jump in and take his side. And we feel like white Republicans when we walk past black men. Or like some old white lady gripping her purse when we walk past black men. Like she's my purse when we walk past black men. And that shit hurts. Because we defend our black men. We, black women, we defend everyone. I had a professor who told me that once you come out and stay out, you'll be coming out again every day, every time you meet someone new, every time someone new sees you. So we're black lesbians who keep coming out of the closet, only to be confined to our bedroom. Because that's all people seem to see when they look at us. Everyone's eyes ask, how dare you two black women be happy? How dare you two black women be happy on your own? How dare you two black women be happy together? How dare you two black women be happy without us? Do you remember when our neighbor, white Russian woman, banged on our door, threatening to call the cops because we were laughing too loudly? You know, our non-black neighbor down the hall had a dog that barked all day and all night and was barking at the time. I remember when this white guy we'd never seen before was standing outside our door asking Nia for weed. He said he could smell it coming from our apartment. But the only thing she burned that day was sage. And lately we've been around a lot of white women performing at women's festivals. Some of them ask us questions like, is this real? And does this actually happen to you? And what's worse, being black or being a lesbian? This white woman told Nia she reminded her of her best friend, who's black, because they have the same lips. And they keep blaming Trump for all of our problems, as if ours just started 3 years ago, as if they might end next year, as if they'll actually end ever, as if they'll ever just magically fade into some distant memory. This love, this presence, this activism, these bodies, they come with a price. And we're paying that shit every day, embodying these memories. Hello, so we're Nia. Oh, we should bow first. Hi, so we're Nia and Ness. We are based in Rosendale, New York, upstate, about 2 hours. And all of our work is about our love, our lives as an out black lesbian couple. Everything that we experienced based on that.
And all of our work, the process, it starts off as a conversation. So we're at home in our room, and something happened, traumatic usually. And we're talking about it, and it happens again, and it happens again, and it happens again in different settings, but always the same kind of theme. And we're like, okay, we need to do something about this. So we decided on a theme, and then we separate. So Ness will go and write and start researching. I'll go research movement and stuff like that. Then we have something tangible. We come back together, and we bring it together. Then we say, like, yes, that works, no, it doesn't work, tweaking and whatnot. Then we separate again. And then we come back until we have something solidified. And then, so the music you heard was created by our friend, Garrett Miller. He creates all original music for our work. We're really blessed to have that. So after we have something tangible, we send it over to him, or we'll talk to him, and then he'll go and work his magic and behind the scenes. And then he'll send it over to us. We'll say, yes, that works, yes, it doesn't. Go back and forth in that kind of conversation as well. And then we end up creating something like the work you saw today.
So I know that this is an excerpt of a longer piece. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah, so the longer piece is Home. It's a 60-minute piece. This is a 10-minute excerpt that opens the entire piece. It's called No Place. And this piece is basically, well, not basically, but pretend like you're in our apartment and you're a fly on the wall and we're having a conversation. And so we go very deeply into, the trauma we experience. We also talk about later on in the piece how our love is healing a lot of that trauma.
And what's so difficult about performing this work is because it is so personal and it's so honest and it's so vulnerable. And these conversations we have when we're alone together. So taking these personal conversations and putting it out here for all y'all to see is very terrifying, but we know it's necessary because a lot of people in the queer community, the Black community, the POC community, we're all going through something similar in our own ways. So we realize it's really important to share these kind of conversations.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. See ya. Okay, now we're going to look at some of Yuritsa Menjivar's work. On our way to see a new performance by John Gutierrez. So our crew will get ready for that, and we'll look at Yuritsa Menjivar's photos. So I am going to read a little bit from Yuritsa Menjivar. She is actually a friend of mine from Somerville, Massachusetts, and this is written by her, so I'll read it, and you can look at the photos. Go ahead, yeah. I am a first-generation American, daughter of first-generation Latino immigrants. I grew up in two different cultures, following religions and traditions that my family loyally brought with them from their home country. I grew up trying to fit in with friends at school. I grew up translating doctor appointments and school documents. Still, I struggle to figure out what my place is within my society. Through my family, I share with you the story of an immigrant life. I share with you the struggles immigrants encounter and how the first-generation Americans fit into this puzzle. The pressure we feel to honor our family's name grows as we progress in life. This pressure spreads to my siblings and cousins. We want to honor our family's hard work as well, to show America that the Latino community is worthy enough to dream. If they fail or succeed, it doesn't matter because they have raised their children with the ultimate goal to be greater than they were, to dream higher than they did. The power of a dream and the want of a better life contains a series of complexities that go beyond societal expectations and stereotypes. I want to express my gratitude, love, and devotion to my family and community. The loyalty we all have for each other is what will help us continue, especially during these very difficult political times. All of that work is by Yuritsa Menjivar, who is a photographer, independent curator, and art installer based in Boston, Massachusetts. She is the event manager for the Somerville Arts Council and past associate director at the Griffin Museum of Photography. Menjivar is co-instructor to Stella Johnson for the Seeing Oaxaca photography workshop taught through Maine Media Workshops. Beautiful. We good to go? Okay. And next up we have a performance by John Gutierrez, Maria and Me.
No es cierto lo que ves, primera vez no lo creo. love, love you. I do love, love you. I wonder, wonder if I could ever could ever be
Ahí va el Mayimbe otra vez. Anthony Santos. Domingo. Voy para allá, voy a buscar la mujer que me domina. La buscaré, la traeré, aunque el mundo me lo impida. Benditas sean todas las mujeres, india, blanca y morena, que con su voz y su color hacen que yo me muera. Voy para allá, aunque llueva o aunque se hunda la tierra. Yo llegaré y la besaré, aunque pelee con cualquiera. Eso es mío. Porque te fuiste y me dejaste, si soy el macho de tu vida, mami. No soy culpable de que esa boda la impidiera tu familia. Voy para allá, aunque haya candel, porque sé que tú me quieres, mami. Yo soy el hombre que te enseñó a querer y te hizo sentir mujer. habla en contra de ella. Que voy para allá. Es que me gusta esa mujer. Que voy para allá. Amigo mío, si la ve. Que voy para allá. Dígale, dígale, dígale. Que voy para allá. Dígale, dígale, dígale. Que voy para allá. Mami, mami, abre la ventana. Que voy para allá. Mami, mami, abre la persiana. Que voy para allá. Y pónteme bien, pónteme bien. Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá.
Rows and flows of angel hair, and ice cream castles in the air, and feather canyons everywhere. Looked at clouds that way, but now they only block the sun. They rain and they snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, but clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's cloud illusions I recall. I really don't know clouds. At all. Moons and Junes and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way that you feel as every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show. And you leave them laughing when you go. And if you can, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusions that I recall. I really don't know love. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud to say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and circus crowds. I've looked at life that way. Oh, but now, old friends, they're acting strange, and they shake their heads and they tell me that I've changed. Well, Well, something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now, from win and lose.
Thank you, John. So I just wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit about the piece and introduce yourself.
Hi. Okay. Hi. Thanks for everybody who I told last minute to come on and onto this thing, and thank you for CultureHub for having us and everybody here. There's like a ton of people here right now, and that's sort of surprising, but also very comforting. Thank you for tuning in. My name is John Gutierrez. Mostly, this piece is a little bit about identities, and starting with my name. My full name is John Rafael Maria Gutierrez, and in Spanish, my family calls me Joang, and I sort of dropped the last name Maria because here in the States, that's not a common last name, and often in official documents, I'm mistaken for a woman, and as a kid, I think that was sort of so disorienting that after my dad left, and along with sort of the gender norms that are associated with that name, I dropped the name. And I never really quite felt like my name was represented by John. My family calls me Joang in Espanol, but it's sort of difficult to pronounce in English, so I sort of abandoned that too. And this piece for me is a little bit about trying to reclaim that identity for myself, which I feel like I let go of because of a lot of sort of systemic issues, as well as some discomfort that people have, or the difficulty with understanding multilingualism and the expression of queerness in different kinds of bodies and different kinds of people. And so this is an ongoing experiment. Thank you.
I love the little kids' kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because when I was little, somebody who lived with us found one of those on the street and brought it into our house and was like, "Oh, Maddie will love that."
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's actually my little sister's. I have a ton of siblings, but this one is actually my 6-year-old sister Emily's. And I think, it's like I grew up with an older sister, and she would always get like the Easy Bake Oven or like the Barbie Jeep thing or whatever. And I feel like I always wanted to play with those things as well. And I feel like it took me till the age that I am now to like inherit someone else's little kitchen. And so, yeah, and the song in there, it's Voy Pa' Allá by a really famous bachatero Dominican artist called Anthony Santos. And so that song was actually released the year that I was born, and it's a song that's about a man who's sort of going out to find the woman of his dreams, who like dominates his passion. And for me, I think I'm sort of on a search of finding that woman inside of me, or finding that kind of just femininity inside of myself. And so, yeah, that's a little bit of that, and yeah.
thank you, John.
Thank you.
We love you.
Yeah, take care.
Okay, now we have our friends who have made this structure that is hanging above us. So y'all can come in here. Maybe we can capture a little bit of this structure and then go to Albert and Lisa, who are part of the people who made 2 blue shells. I'm going to hand it over to you, okay?
Thank you, Maddie. My name is Albert, and
I'm Lisa.
we are a part of actually a collective of 4 people. The other 2 couldn't make it today, but we work in architecture, structural engineering, and in the arts realm. Myself, I'm an architect in New York City, and I love making things and fabricating things, and also thinking through material transformations. And in that, with part of this project, thought about waste in different ways. So this is actually scrap material from a furniture making company that so generously donated this material to us, and we along this process turned it into something a little bit more interesting. But the whole idea is to be very specific about when to go in and disrupt the whole like dumping and trashing of materials and transform it into something else.
So actually, yeah, it's a funny story because the name of the project is Two Blue Shells, and originally we were planning for it to be blue, but when we made contact with this furniture company, they had all this hot pink scrap that was going to just be thrown away, and they weren't ever going to use it because they had extra from a project. So that's why you can see that now it's hot pink.
Hot pink was a very like high demand color at that time. So.
Yeah, so the process for making the piece is that we connect all these small pieces of scrap together into one large sheet, which you can see in the little connections on the piece. And then acrylic is this amazing material because it can, when it heats up to a certain temperature, it becomes softer and can be made to make a lot of different shapes. But then once it cools, it can harden and keep the shape that it maintained when it was warm. So what we actually did was hang up this huge sheet in a giant oven in Long Island City that's normally used for powder coating. It's an industrial process. And we hung the flat sheet in the oven and let it sag and deform under its own weight into this curvaceous spatial shell. And then once it cooled and hardened, this is the shape it took. So it's actually like a architectural process of trying to use the material to find like the perfect shape for the structure.
Part of it is also, this is not a process that is like completely brand new. Other structure engineers and architects have used this process to explore doubly curved structures. However, in all our research, they have not gone to this scale. So they've always like kept it small, and then went bigger with concrete or some other materials. So this was the chance to really explore the material limitations, which we did explore a little bit earlier this week. We actually had 2 shells, but because of the challenges, we only have 1 now. But and part of it's just exploring the limitations. And this was originally for a symposium in Barcelona. And so part of the challenge was to be able to pack it all. So that's why we have everything discretized and like broken down into smaller pieces and things like that.
And I think one of the things that we're super excited about, aside from, being able to ship it, exploring these new construction materials and methods, and also using scrap material in a different way, is just the effect of the curved plastic in space. So like reflections that are cast on the wall, or just shadows, and potentially how it deals with sound and light. So that's something that we're continuing to also explore in further projects, and something that we were really excited to be able to share with the public.
One thing with La Mama was also that, I don't know if you can capture like the background over here with the shadows, but like Filippo had done such a great job, and team had done such a great job like animating some of these lights that would over time change. So like this shadow you see on the wall will eventually go away, and then at some point like the light will come from this direction, and it happens over time. And I think we had always kind of imagined that eventually one day just being like an outdoor installation where you can see light cast through and move in different ways, and like just create just through lighting effects something magical and different reflections, different ocular effects that it would create. That was something that was really exciting. And I think once we saw this shadow, that would like reinforce or like harken back to like the initial approaches that we were interested in. So.
Yeah, and I think we were just also so excited to have this opportunity to be part of ReFest and see it in company with all these amazing other artworks and artists. And it's just, I think it's phenomenal. Sometimes we'll see, these amazing dance pieces and see the shells in the background. And that's something that we had always imagined is like, how can this be part of a larger community? So we really love that this event is taking place. Can you tell us a little bit about yourselves? Oh, sure. So I'm Lisa. I'm an architecture student, a graduate student at Princeton University. And I just started, actually, this is my first year. And so, yeah, eventually I'll be an architect.
She also has a background in architecture and had worked with at a structural engineering company before.
Yeah, so I worked at an engineering company before with one of our other teammates, Pal Draper, and the company is Schleich Bergman Partner. And they're a really amazing structural engineering firm who does a lot of experimental design with lightweight structures. And I think part of that experience is what got me excited about finding these new construction methods and fabrication methods and just getting excited about material transformation.
And I am Albert Chow. I work in architecture now in the city, trying to build buildings. It takes a while, but I also have a background in sculpture and installations and performances. But after my undergraduate studies, I went back to school for architecture, and my whole idea of going to architecture was thinking that I would never want to build buildings. And the idea is, as opposed to building buildings, you build experiences and like performances that people move through different spaces. In doing that, I think I had a really strong background in wanting to explore materials. But as I was exploring it, I was also exposed to more digital craft, how to blend the digital with the real. And I was a student at University of Buffalo. And now I'm in New York working in architecture and also building installations and tinkering. So.
And our other teammates, we should say, Pal Draper, we already mentioned, is an amazing structural engineer at Schleich Bergman Partner. And our other colleague and partner on this endeavor is Edward Siegel, who's a professor of engineering at Hofstra University. And he's like, at the university, they're pioneering a lot of coursework for engineers about design and exploration like these. So it's amazing to have such a great team on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Do we need to see any more of this structure? Look up. Can you look up? Yeah. There she is in all her glory. Cool. Now we're going to move over to work by Christina Corfield. Great. So maybe I'll read to you all a little bit about it first, and then Jean can look inside. So this is from Christina Corfield. The peep box was a virtual reality technology from the 18th century, normally used to promote the values of nationalism and imperialism through views of exotic lands and feats of engineering. These peep boxes instead celebrate and visualize contemporary scenes of civil disobedience and pressing social and environmental issues. By turning to the past, this project is not meant to invoke feelings of nostalgia, but rather instead suggests that older forms of media, particularly those we can make by hand ourselves, still hold the potential to powerfully transmit arresting images while symbolizing tactics of resistance to a culture more and more reliant on organizations that control the internet and those that control the hardware and software necessary to access it. In this first peep box, I think we're seeing the protests against the pipeline in North Dakota. In the second one, we're seeing the climate strikes, youth-led climate strikes. in this last one, we're seeing protests about the net neutrality rules. So this artist is Christina Corfield. Christina is a British-born multidisciplinary artist with a PhD in film and media studies from UC Santa Cruz. Christina has exhibited in Europe and across the US, most recently at Spaces Gallery in Cleveland, Ohio, and has published her work in the journal Media Fields, as well as presenting her research at national and international conferences. Her work was also included in Volume 3 of Civic TV by Culpa Press, San Francisco. Christina currently lives and works in Oakland, California. And this piece was originally intended to be shared between our festivals in New York City and Los Angeles, as well as live streaming and telepresence technologies to connect the festivals. This year we were pushing for more works that connected us with material objects, because we thought that that would sort of connect the audiences in a different way. It's sort of what she's talking about, that we need to go beyond these sort of third-party mediated systems that connect us. So thank you to Christina. And now I think we're about ready to go for our next workshop, which is Relens, Old Glass for New Eyes, a workshop with Amir Husak and Melissa Friedling.
I'm Melissa Friedling, and I am going to be connecting with Amir Husak shortly, I think.
Hold on, this is our little behind-the-scenes moment.
Okay. So I'll just start telling you a little bit about what Relens is and where it came from. So it emerged as a workshop out of a project that Amir and I were involved in at the New School, which is University of New York City, if you're not from here. And we're both in the School of Media Studies, and we're both interested in how media is neither old or new, or what we call new media may not be so new. It may be reemerging, and we're artists who are interested in how media of the past can inform creativity going forward. It's also a question of sustainability. I know if you're a media artist and you work in any kind of digital format, you keep accumulating lots and lots of it. Whether you're actually an artist or not, you have like old cell phones, new cell phones, and the stuff piles up as e-waste, and we're trying to think about ways that we can remediate old media and make it new things happen. So Relab is a project that was both a archive project where we were interested in gathering old media, particularly at the New School, and which has had a media production program since the 1960s, and how we could first of all tell a story about it, and then make it possible for students and faculty to reuse it in creative ways. It started as this Relens, which is interested in how lenses in particular are a technology that we can continue to use and reuse in creative ways by understanding optics and really rummaging through old glass that is pretty inexpensive and can readily be adapted to fit on digital cameras, which we're going to show you today. When we first did the workshop, it was a 2-day retreat, so we had lots of time to experiment and interact. So I'm going to Amir and I are going to kind of go through what you can do. I'm going to put it into a little context, and we're really happy to answer questions and stuff that you might have about how you can do this stuff, and we have some even assignments for you at the end of this lecture where you can, and hopefully you can post what you've made. as well. Any luck with the mirror?
Hello?
Hi, I hear him.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, can you hear? I guess. Okay, hi.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me.
Oh, yeah.
In these strange times of self-isolation or practicing isolation, I'm joining you all remotely.
Yeah.
But I think this will work just fine.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just going to start by putting a little, this also what Relab is and this project of what the work that Amir and I do in different ways and separately, but together, I think it emerges alongside of a larger field called media archaeology. Let's see. Oh, wait, I didn't put up the slide for Relab. Can we go to the slide for a second? Yeah, this was Relab. So if you ever wanted to visit us and see what Relab was and all the workshops we've done, it's about the idea that students of media think and engage more meaningfully when they deeply understand the material history of their subject. So media archaeology is a field that we generally say our work has emerged alongside of, and we're interested in it also as an analytical tool, which is generally a set of conceptual and methodological tools that focus on the materiality of media. So if you, listening to us, have ever taken like sort of a media studies class or a film studies class, and you've sort of watched a film and done a kind of narrative or textual analysis of it, media archaeology, rather than looking at the text, doing the textual analysis, does a kind of textual analysis of the screen itself, the material of the screen itself, rather than the narrative that's on the screen. So it's interested in acknowledging the stuff of media history and culture. So the stuff of media history and culture is made out of minerals and metals and plastics. The way we're communicating with each other now is through infrastructures that support our signal traffic, and those are material infrastructures. And how are they mediated? Media archaeology is interested in all of that. And so I've given on this slide, there's just sort of some of the literature that's emerged from the field of media studies, media archaeology. And as you can see, there's also a bent towards sustainability. Not all media archaeology is interested in the environment, but I think it's almost always suggests a fundamentally ecological project, because we're interested in the substrates, the material stuff of media, and that makes it politicized in some way. And I think that's also, again, a place where Amir and I are coming from.
Maybe we can also add, I just echo everything that Malik has just said, that a lot of this also was informed by our own practice, and after often dealing with these issues of specifically kind of accumulating all this technology and then trying to figure out how to actually use it in newer projects. And we have all witnessed this drive towards like upgrades and towards constant replacement of technology that should always make these projects look slicker, better, etc. But somehow it was kind of disheartening looking in our boxes of different kind of tools that we've used in our filmmaking and artistic practice, and thinking that all of this could go simply to waste. So, which is sort of a troubling thought. And also, on the other hand, from some of my field experiences, like specifically photographic work, you're often in a situation where you just simply cannot necessarily pick the tool. You work with what's available, just due to certain circumstances or funding or whatever it is. And this is usually a moment where it's important to be, creative with the tools that we have and not be wasteful with these devices, right? So for me, it was kind of I think a key moment was to kind of resurrect these technologies and to say like, okay, well, these can work and we can do quite a bit with them. Plus they also, as you will see, and Mel and I will talk about this more, how they can really inform the aesthetics and how they can bridge what is considered the old and new, and why the analog practices are interesting, and how analog technologies are inherently open sourced. We often don't deal with what's known now widely as a black box. So they provide important pedagogical advantages. So in a sense that they're not automated and that they're not proprietary.
Right. So, so to put, say, media archaeology into creative practice or make it as an approach, one is interested in the themes of obsolescence of consumer electronics that have built-in obsolescence, and how we can think about ways to sort of what is called circuit bending, meaning and extending the lifespan of something that's meant to have a shorter lifespan. So we're going to be today like working with lenses that were built in the 1950s, but still can give us beautiful images and are really cheap and readily available, and give us some really interesting effects. So, and here's just in terms of, let's see, the life cycle of a lens. You can see that it takes certain amount of extraction of minerals, of waste, to create a lens, and then all the way to the end of its life cycle, it's again created as waste. So we want to think about ways of mitigating waste by reusing these lenses. Yeah. You want to go?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Great. So I was just thinking about this slide. So.
Let me know if you want to. Shall I go forward?
Sure. This is fine. We can stay on the previous one for a moment. Just thinking about the imaging technology and how widespread it is. I think it's kind of important to try to recall the number of cameras and lenses that you yourself, all of us, have encountered, owned, or used in our lifetime. And it's very easy to overlook devices that have been almost an integral part of our communication habits and protocols in recent times. And that includes a variety of cell phones, a variety of different kinds of tools and technologies, and also getting used to the way they actually communicate. And this image of a glitch in a Skype video conference is something we've seen so many times, but it's also an image that is kind of, it says more than that. It can also mean an obsolete technology or an obsolete piece of equipment that is to be replaced. So if you can go to the next slide. And I don't know how many of you have had one of these connected to your computer back in the day, but I think we all went through, like, God knows how many web cameras that we used for early days of video conferencing, and we often don't necessarily think of this as an imaging technology, but it is an imaging technology in many ways. And then if we can go to the next slide, but if you're specifically for photographers and filmmakers and all the artists who are using these imaging technologies, specifically for photographic tools, what happens is that you often end up with something like this, an array of over a span of several years, decades sometimes. You end up with this large amount of glass, plastic, metal lenses that you've used for different projects. And with an introduction of a new system that usually can sort of be considered as obviously obsolete. And what does that really mean? So when we started doing this, and I've been experimenting like a couple of years before that, I've been experimenting with different cameras, also driven by this idea, well, I have to find a way to use my old Nikon lenses, to use some of my lenses that I used with my 16mm camera, etc., on the new bodies, and not just simply put it aside, let it collect dust, and then look for ways to, I don't know, go into depth by buying some kind of a new lens that is possibly equivalent to what I had originally. So if we go to the next slide. So when we're talking about lenses, I mean, I'm not going to go into any details about this because we don't want to turn this into a really kind of a photography workshop. But there are three things that you can kind of think about when we're looking at characteristics of a lens. There's really a focal length, the angle of view, its aperture, the iris, f-stop call, the speed of a lens, how much light it lets through, whether it's good for low light condition, etc. And one key kind of element in these sort of, so to say, sustainable practices or repurposing or resurrecting these lenses is the mount type, or how these lenses are attached to these camera bodies, whether they're threaded, there's a threaded mount type, there's a bayonet, or there's what's known also as a breech lock. So if we go to the next slide. This is just briefly, like I didn't really want to include this slide either, but it goes from kind of a wide angle view, which would be an 80mm lens, to something that's more like a telephoto. But in general, you can distinguish between prime lenses, which have a fixed focal length, so they have kind of a fixed view, and they're usually generally sharper, and have a higher quality in these telephoto or zoom lenses that have a variable focal length. So it means they go from wide to really kind of close and tight. So if we go to the next slide, fly through these. Again, so mentioning that the lens mount is really a mechanical and electrical interface between the lens and the camera, and you find these common types that are threaded, and you'll find this with older lens mounts, which we're going to talk about a little bit today, such as C-mount and T-mount lenses, which there's thousands of them everywhere, and I myself can find some also in garbage and containers as well. There's bayonet lenses, which most newer lens systems such as these Canon or Sony or Leica Nikon lenses are. You find those everywhere. And 4/3 or micro 4/3, and this format is kind of important. It was important for our practice because it was one that is easily suitable or easily adaptable when using old lenses. And there's something that's known breech lock that you see with older Canon lenses. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So the C-mount, previous one, I think, or we can stay on this Rolex shot. That's great. So the C-mount lenses, you'll find them. Obviously, anyone who has been shooting 16mm has used these, and they've been for a while just sort of the key or the main sort of lenses for a lot of filmmakers, documentarians, etc. And there's a wide variety of them available. They're just mechanical. They require usually just a little bit of love if they're old and kind of dusty to bring them back to life. So it's nothing that is too difficult. It's not one of these kind of black box so technologies or that we deal with today. So they can easily be brought back to life. And for us, this was very important, and for me also personally, sort of how to see how we can use some of these lenses on the newer cameras, making, so to say, a perfect marriage between these two technologies. So if we go to the next slide, also where you will find C-mount lenses, which is quite interesting, are a lot of CCTV systems, so surveillance cameras. Surveillance cameras also predominantly use C-mount lenses. Some of them use T-mount lenses. And there are tons of these also being discarded. So it often helps to rummage through some of these if you see them and find some lenses. I myself have several of these that kind of, so to say, save them from from going just basically into trash. But they usually render very interesting images, and they have very particular aesthetics. So I think they're also easily repurposed. They can be easily repurposed. So now, when you look at all these lenses, what's interesting. So Nikon, for example, the F mount can also be used in a variety of different cameras. Even the older Nikon lenses you can use on a lot of these cameras, which a lot of people don't know or don't even try. But there are adapters that are actually used to do this in a variety of different adapters. They're relatively cheap, and they help actually bridge these two technologies together. So if we can go, maybe let's go a few forward, because I want to quickly talk about, next one.
It's
okay. Oh yeah, this one, yes, the sensor size. So when talking about this, specifically using these kinds of technologies, what's really important to know is the sensor size and crop vectors. All of these cameras obviously have, you have digital sensors in them. You have a mount for the lens, and the thing to remember is really that the sensor coverage size is important for the lens, whether it's 1 inch or on 2/3 or anything like that, and also resolution of the lens if they're newer, for example, CCTV lenses that you can find. So it's important to know some of this about the specification. All right. So, and looks can be also somewhat deceiving. So what looks like C-mount is important to kind of try it out. Also look at how it really covers the chip. And obviously, when you're using this, what you end up often with is sort of a vignetted image or cropped image, because the lens is simply doesn't cover the full size of the sensor, which you can play with by cropping digitally then this image, and that also renders interesting results, as we'll be able to see. So let's go to the next slide.
Oh, yeah, I can also show you some cropping.
Oh, great! Yes, yeah. If you like this. So this is cropped from Mel. Do you want to say real quick what the camera and the lens is?
I'm trying, but it's not doing. That's okay.
Okay. So what you'll find is often that because of this crop, you end up with usually a tighter view, because C-mount lenses that you will find all over the place will usually end up looking a little bit cropped if you use it on a very large chip camera, such as one of these Canon 5Ds or a lot of these Nikon or new Sony cameras that have a pretty large chip, and the lens itself will not cover the full size of the chip. You always have to kind of crop the image, but you will get sometimes interesting vignetting effects, which, depending on what kind of aesthetics you're going for, may be interesting. So yeah, I see actually you're just adjusting the focus on one of these lenses. Yeah. So, and I think, Mel, is this the Olympus camera with some kind of a bigger lens?
This is the Olympus with a Switar 26mm lens, which would be basically a normal lens, although this is a macro lens, so you can sort of get really close. But you can just see just a little bit of cropping, or vignetting, sorry, on the bottom of the screen. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. But in general, it's a very beautiful image from a lens that's probably 70 years old, and a camera that's probably 20 years. How old is it? This Olympus camera, Micro Four Thirds.
Years, I think 3 or 4.
3 or 4 years old. Yeah. Again, also a pretty affordable camera.
And the thing is that if you quickly switch back to the slides okay, there we go. So this is usually the size of chips that you'll find in these cameras around, and I know that this can be kind of a totally turned into a tech geeky talk about these. But this is just to know sort of what's out there, what you find like with these, a lot of these like prosumer cameras. But what's interesting for us is this micro four thirds format, which is somewhere in between. It has a smaller chip, not that light sensitive as these bigger cameras, obviously. However, it fits the C-mount lens perfectly as this Olympus camera is doing. So there's several different manufacturers that make the micro four thirds camera. And especially if you find some older ones, people even like get rid of them and give them out for free. It's kind of amazing what you can do with some of these cameras, and there are plenty of them that have been in production for over 10 or 12 years now. And they're also, some of the early models are obviously considered obsolete, but in fact they're really, they can produce kind of quite incredible images when you're pairing them up with these older lenses. So this is why the Micro Four Thirds was an interesting format for us to experiment with, but you could really repurpose a lot of these old lenses and use them on newer bodies completely, like even cameras that have larger chip size.
And just to say, when we were going to do this live with students tinkering with us, we have a Panasonic Lumix Micro Four Thirds camera as well. And again, the adapter that we got, which is just a Micro Four Thirds to C-mount adapter, is a $10 part. So it's an easy way to make a new interface from an old technology to a newer technology, which is again one of the things that we're really interested in. Interfaces, questioning newness and oldness and what's obsolete and how we can extend the life of certain media technologies. Do you want me to go through some of these lenses that we have here and see what they do?
Yeah, that would be great. I was just thinking that would be nice to kind of just quickly look at.
All right. So let's see. I mean, I can, if you want with the camera, you can come over here and I can just show you a few of them. So just to say, I'm a filmmaker and I work a lot in analog film, 16 millimeter film. So I'm very accustomed to using these lenses that come with a camera called the Bolex camera. But they pile up and they're good lenses, but their use is limited to this C-mount. So, which is this, you screw it on like a screw. But anyway, so this is a Bell & Howell Ingenue. Let's see, I don't know what size it is. I'll tell you in a minute. This is a 50 millimeter Ingenue lens. Oops, I should go. This is a 15 millimeter. And oh, by the way, and so when we're working at Micro Four Thirds, we're working in basically with a normal focal length being 25 millimeters. Is that right, Amir? And then anything that's longer than 25 millimeters is going to be like a telephoto lens, and anything that's less than 25 millimeters would be a wide-angle lens. So we have a whole array. So the one that I have on the camera now is a normal lens. We have a 75 millimeter Kern Payard, and I'll swap some out, and a 10 millimeter Kern Payard. And I can I'll just swap out this lens in a second, so you can see the difference of what happens from a normal lens to a pretty long lens. While I'm doing the swap, these are all, as Amir said, prime lenses or fixed focal length lenses. All right, I'm going to switch to, okay. Can we switch to the camera view? And you're going to see that I'm so close that I'm not going to see anything. I can see it on here. It's just, oh yeah, it is there. Okay. I'm not able to focus on that one. This one's not turning. All right, you're getting just a blurry image. Sorry. Let me try the 10 millimeter.
I think one of those had like a really tight focus ring.
Yeah, I
believe
couldn't turn the focus.
It needed to be kind of re-cleaned.
I think that's what that deal was. All right, so this is a really wide lens, which is why you're getting much more vignetting on this one. It's a 10 millimeter, and so you're seeing the whole studio. And you're getting almost the fisheye effect almost. It's so wide. But you're also seeing the edge of the edge of the lens element. That's basically what you're seeing, right? With the vignette. Let's see, what else do we have? This 50 millimeter will be a little bit, one more. I'll just do one more to show you. And then I'll show you one other weird thing we have. 50 millimeter lens.
And so because of the crop factor of the camera itself, so always the focal length is, if it says 16 millimeter, that means it's 32 millimeters. It's always double.
Right.
Just because of the crop factor.
So what I'm looking at, oh, there we go. So this is a 50 millimeter lens. You could see, so that's basically a telephoto lens. So you're getting a lot less of the crop than the wide angle lens.
Can we switch to a camera view?
Oh, we're not in the camera view? I'm seeing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm not. Oh, but I don't know if I'm seeing the actual feed that goes out. Ah, there we go.
Yep. Again, I'm not seeing any crop on this. I don't know if you see it on yours. But
no, it looks, yeah.
So it's pretty much the full. So when we did this project with students in a workshop, we were both shooting video and still photography. You could do both. One other weird thing I have is this slide duplicator, or actually a 35 to 16 millimeter printer. So if you say you wanted to at some point many years ago, you wanted to either duplicate a slide onto 16 millimeter or to minimize the gauge of your film from 35 to 16, you could have used this gadget, and we could use it for different things. So for instance, it's just a C-mount lens, and again these same lenses, like Amir was talking about, you could most surveillance lenses, CCTV lenses are C-mount, so any old weird surveillance lens you could put on one of these. So I'm going to see if this is going to work. Oh, I don't know if you're seeing this thing turning. So basically we're looking at a screen, and if I put a slide in there, oops, I have it upside down. You can put things on a slide. This slide only has a drawing of an X on it, but you can imagine that you could put old slides that you find at a vintage junk store, or your old grandparents' slides that they might have in a book. You could reduplicate them, or you could actually draw on a little slide. You could sew things, do whatever you like. So that's another interesting thing, and I'm sure that you could find one of these on eBay fairly easily. It's also interesting to think about, even thinking about lensless and what you could do. How I've saw at a festival an interesting film that was made lensless, or with the filmmaker making a lens out of their own, an aperture out of their own hand. I can't do it exactly here, but you can imagine you can make a pinhole with your hand, or with some cardboard and an actual pin. So let me just put one more lens on here, and we'll talk. And maybe I'll throw it over to Amir to talk about some ways that artists have applied this kind of work. Oh, we're back to a pretty. So some with. Which one is this? This is a 15 millimeter lens, so pretty wide. So you're getting the vignetting around the edges. So maybe we'll go back to our slides. Let's see. Oops, I think I did something to the side. Oh, there we go.
So
Am I on the slide? Oh, sorry, yeah. There, thanks. Oops, I have to put it into show.
Can you do a full
Yeah.
view? So this slide is just basically kind of interpreting what we were just talking about, that ultimately, if the lens is meant or marked to give you a focal length that is within this red square on a cropped sensor and micro four thirds cameras, which are everywhere, you would probably get a cropped view, which is basically in that blue square that you see there. But we've experimented really with C-mount lenses mostly because we had plenty of these around, and they're also, you can find them easily used, and sometimes you'll find a box of these that people are trying to get rid of. And they really render interesting results, often really high quality images also on these devices. And obviously the other reason being that they're also that you'll find CCTV lenses easily if you look to experiment with these. Obviously, and here's this next slide. You would need an adapter, right? So here are some images with different adapters you'll find out there that can be kind of used with these cameras. And the nice thing is, with this micro four thirds system, and that is very highly adaptable, is that you'll find adapters for almost every mount that has been around there for decades and decades. So it's great to be able to repurpose lenses old Minolta lenses or anything like that. Anything that you can find at these garage sales or anything, it's very likely that you're going to find one of these cheap adapters. Some of them really being $5-6 to maybe a little bit more if they require some kind of a specific sort of electronic kind of a contact. But you'll find them and you will be able to kind of connect these lenses and use them in your image making practice. So in the next slide, you see there's one of these rigged systems with Sentry optics on one of these Lumix cameras. And this camera now also is considered quite old, I think GH2. A lot of indie filmmakers, people on a budget, really enjoyed using this camera because it rendered really good images, and you were able to really connect some high-end lenses and old lenses also to it and create really interesting imagery with it. And I think in the next slide there's this camera that with a variety of different 60mm lenses is now just showing. In the next slide you'll see that people have been really creative with this. I don't know if we can see the next slide here. In the right after this one, and it's this repurpose. If you go one slide forward, you can see that people are really creative, kind of adopting even anamorphic lenses, old Russian anamorphic lenses, to shoot with them and producing quite an interesting imagery. The lens that you see here was actually used by Andrei Tarkovsky, one of the same lenses that used by Tarkovsky in one of his films. And this is also to say that in the next slide, I think you'll see that there have been a variety of different sorts of adapters out there. Some of them also made for the smartphones, so smartphone imaging technology is enabling you to attach these lenses and using the phone as the actual image-taking technology. And there have been some interesting results with this. So artists and filmmakers have been experimenting with this, and this is also to say it's not only that there have been these kinds of like experimental films or experimental projects photography made with it. You will find also a variety of really high-end productions that have used this. So we can maybe go to the next slide. So if you're familiar with the Canadian filmmaker Guy Medin, you probably know, and he's one of these people who've been, like for a long time, has been using old glass, repurposing it, using it on digital newer bodies, but also shooting with old 16mm cameras. And it became really something like a trademark also, this specific static in the look. Okay, of course, you know, there are costumes and there are other things also involved, but lenses are an important part of this process. And what I always appreciated about this is that these films, when you look at the production costs, are really not wasteful when it comes to technology. They're usually using a lot of old tools, readily available tools, recycled glass to make these images. And also you would apply gel or Vaseline to these lenses to also create very specific looks, which you see in these images that are in all over his films, actually. Any film of his that you see, including the last one that was shot with a digital body camera that was actually used different kinds of C-mount lenses on it. And also, one of the interesting filmmakers that has been also experimenting with this is Park Chan-wook, who probably most of you know. An Old Buddy is one of his films, Simply Poetic Vengeance is another film that really made him popular, South Korean, amazing filmmaker. But he made also this film, he used these systems in several of his films, but Night Fishing was completely shot on an iPhone 4 with one of these adapters using a variety of different Canon lenses that he had. And it really, again, it renders a very interesting aesthetic, so it's an interesting film to look at. But I find this approach quite, I don't know, on one hand, aesthetically it's interesting, but on the other, it's like somehow it also kind of transmits a message that you can come up with interesting imagery without necessarily going out and buying the newest technology out there, which is what we all try to somehow reduce. And I wanted to show you also, just there are a lot of examples, but also this is an interesting example. This is filmed by Fernando Lades. Director of photography here was Claudia Bulos, and it's called Identifying Features. So in this film, what's interesting is she used one of these newer Sony camera bodies, and she achieved really a high-end look with this. So maybe we can play a little bit of this trailer now. If you just want to click play on that clip.
I can't open the slide.
Oh, so if you
let me see if I can.
If you can click on the image, oh, it won't work. Okay, maybe just let's just do it. But if you do a search for you will find the trailer to this film on YouTube, and it's interesting to look at because the images are quite spectacular, just beautiful. And this is what she used actually to shoot this film. So in that next slide, you see those Minolta Rokkor MC. These are the lenses that she has used, and these are really old lenses when Minolta also tried to compete with all these different manufacturers. And these lenses you'll find them like all over the place, like for like $15-20 or so. And she has used these on these new bodies to shoot the whole film, and the film really looks like incredible. So this is also to say that it's possible to really render high quality images, incredibly crisp images from this old glass, and not just sort of, produce something that is rather a little bit obscure or smudged or out of focus, or has these different vignetting kind of artifacts, so to say. Go ahead, Mel.
No, I'm just trying to catch up to where we are. I think actually, even going back, I mean, there's thinking about other kinds of interfaces. I skipped a slide at the very beginning to talk about, let's say, really eccentric kinds of interfaces between technologies. So, and how that can also, let's see, sometimes so this is a couple of filmmakers, Layla Nadir and Carrie Adams Peppermint, or artists rather, film media artists who are actually creating images by connecting image-making technologies to organic materials. So they made this is their microbial selfies interface, meaning that as certain old jellies or things that change over time ferment and grow bacteria, as the actual food or organic material changes, it signals to a processor to take a selfie of it. So these are what we call eccentric interfaces, more eccentric interfaces than simply an interface like a lens adapter that allows us to go from a micro 4/3 mount to a C mount. But you can think really eccentrically about how you're connecting old and new, and not even old and new, organic and inorganic. And so these are some of the kinds of things that we're also interested in rummaging through what we have at hand, I think. Let's see. I'm going through our slides.
If you want, I think it was on around slide 38. If you go to that, there are I think 1, 2, 3, 4 images that were made in our last workshop in experimentation of a variety of different lenses, including even a microscopic adapter. So there are, I think, 4 images that I've added to the presentation.
Oops! Shoot! I don't. They're not in the one that I have, or the one that I shared. But maybe I could go online. Hang on. So I can go to Relens.
Oh, in Google Drive, yeah. So it's in a Google. Sorry, it's like a Google slideshow. I think that's what it is.
No, I'm not. We're not on our shared drive. I don't. Oh wait, are we?
Oh, okay.
Actually, I can show it to you this way. We can go directly into. This is the previous workshop that we did, and here's some of the images that the workshop participants took using this. Some of them exploited the vignetting in still images. We were also interested in lenses that not only go on image capturing devices, but also in projection devices. Thinking about putting different kinds of lenses on projectors. Also using different kinds of screen interfaces in order to get really different kinds of effects.
I think that's a microscopic one that we just
This
saw.
one? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So yeah, using microscope lenses, getting really interesting effects. We have given the students some 16mm and 35mm film to play with as well. Yeah, so again, using most of the tools that we have here, you can do a lot of, oops, I'm looking for our slideshow. There we are. So things that you can do, and maybe you want to challenge yourself to do, if you wanted to take up if you have a micro four thirds lens and you wanted to, say, go on eBay and buy a $10 C-mount lens and a $10 adapter, you could experiment with them and think about things that you could do with them. These may be things that you already have. And we would love it if you do experiment with them, if you would post and hashtag us Relens 2020 so you can see our experiments. Maybe you can talk a little.
Possibly on Twitter or Instagram. Mm-hmm. So it would be great to see something as well. So should we? I'm not sure if we should show that slide with the actual experiment, but yeah, we don't.
Which one?
Okay.
We have. Oh, do we?
I think it's very specific for the equipment, which was meant hands-on. So we don't. So I don't think it would really apply to a lot of participants.
Okay. If you do try experimenting with these combinations of interfacing C-mount lenses with micro four thirds cameras, it'd be great if you could also kind of document what you've done, what your lens is, so that we can replicate the effects that you're getting, or if people like what you've done, they can replicate them. So what camera settings you're using, what lens you used, what optical tools and filters you might have used. We're interested in sharing our creative experiments, so that we learn from each other through this, and thinking about how that's also a kind of sustainable kind of future of creative making. So in addition to simply experimenting with them, you can continue to, we have a second assignment, which you want to explain a little bit about this assignment?
About the second
the
assignment?
Second one, yeah.
Posted? Sure, yeah. So the idea was like to really continue the experiment, and the goal would be like to really creatively exploit the individual artifacts and idiosyncrasies of analog systems to produce what we would kind of consider a hybrid analog digital images that really challenge the prevailing kind of medium-induced aesthetics. So in other words, the moving images or images we create should explore the space between the digital and analog, vintage and contemporary, simulated and real, and aim for new aesthetic possibilities. And so we would like to see what's possible, and we are experimenting with this ourselves. And I should also add that we've been putting this together, and eventually we'll have a list with a variety of different cameras and ways you could possibly repurpose them, or how you can use them with a variety of older lenses. So that if you come across some of these, or you have some of them in your somewhere under your desk or on the shelf, to see how you can really make this camera bring it back to life. So at the moment, there's a list of different micro four thirds cameras that can be used that have this micro four thirds mount, and you can find a variety of different adapters available for it. But I think that list will simply keep growing, and the idea here would be to actually to have some collaborative. It would be a collaborative effort where we could create a longer list of these tools and technologies and how they can be, how we can work with them.
And we're happy if there is anybody interested and has questions, we're happy to answer them directly, and we can include our contact information in CultureHub and CultureHub's website stuff. Yeah.
One thing that also I should quickly add, and we've discussed this also, is that if you, for example, if you're doing workshops, if you're teaching image making, that these are kind of, it's amazing what can be done with these, and very often you can collect them for almost no money, and it works really well when you're working with kids and really different communities that don't have access to a lot of these technologies, to really experiment with them in that context. It's quite an advantage.
Yeah. But there's all kinds of ways to bring media back to life. We have, the piles of zombie media that can be revived, and it brings with it its own history, its material history. So using old technologies is not simply an act of saving money. It's also it also tells a story, because the objects come with their own memories, in a way. And I'm interested in the sort of discursive possibilities of using old technologies to tell new stories. I think that's it. Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Amir. And thank you, Melissa, for joining us in person and showing us all these very good-looking tools and toys. Okay, up next, we are going to show a short film by an artist, June Canedo. June is part of the collective Chroma Collective. She's a founder of the Chroma Collective. And Chroma did their first climate crisis at CultureHub earlier this year. And June also just released a book, which you can order online. So the film that we're about to show is Ana Marina. Oh wait, one more thing I want to say about Melissa and Amir is that Livia, our photographer, was a student of Amir's. He was her thesis advisor.
And worked really closely with
with Melissa. So we're just having fun with that nice connection. Okay, so Ana Marina by June Canedo. Ana Mariana, I might be messing it up, is a short experimental documentary that asks how perpetual changes in immigration policy create instability for young people of mixed status families. Shot in one take, it is an ephemeral character study that ignites the viewer's imagination to fill in the past, present, and future of the characters' lives. In Ana Mariana, June Canedo draws on symbolism to create a visual metaphor for the experience of two young Brazilians living through present-day politics in the United States.
They always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. My exes, what exes are none? Guys, they want me. What are guys? Oh, they want me. Just get the rope up, when they won't let go. What exes are none? Are we gonna go around twice? I hope not. No.
Those roads are real wet, bro.
What's up? We're not even up above the ground. We're still on the ground. We're still on the ground. I want to stop at the top and then just still on the ground though. We are still on the ground. We're still on the ground. We're gonna be on the ground for a while. Like we're not gonna. Did you feel that? I just felt that. Aw, this song from like 2014. It's still raining. I know you know this song. Every song from like 2015 is my jam. Oh, yes! It's 10. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you're still recording? Oh no. It's fun and oh no, come back. I cannot. Don't say that. Stop. It's so fun. You're just like my mom. I said sit over there, not next to me. You have to be even that way, okay? I don't want us to hit my back on this. He's gonna go and fall. When is this song gonna end? Never. Okay, what is this right? Never. See, look, there one. No, it has to end. Why are you gonna touch me when we start moving? Just get away. I'm scared. Don't touch me. Why does this thing like go? Yeah. Yes. Nothing's. No. Actually, stop that. We're not gonna stop. Yeah. We're not gonna stop. It stopped. We're not gonna. I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Still 5 minutes? Nice. Oh, okay.
Stop shaking! I don't know whether I laugh. I'm gonna cry! Now I want to move it. that? Ski line there. Whatever it's called. Skyline. Zip line. Yeah, that. Oh, you don't walk on it? You don't walk on it, it's a zip line.
Aren't those like
No, it's not that. That's one of the things.
She's on there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you go over the water? Yeah. You have to hold your grip, or do you get like, it attaches you? That's one of the ones. Is this over? Give up one more time. Oh, no. You're gonna use all your memory card. Is it over? Listen. It's over. Yeah. I like it. Oh, I don't like it. Mariana, get off for me. Amanda, let's go. I'm coming.
Thank you, June Canedo, who is based in Los Angeles. She's also an incredible photographer. And now I'm about to hand it over to a few other incredible lens-based artists who are working in immersive media to tell histories and current stories that will become histories. So this was intended to be a workshop. It'll still be a workshop if folks want to engage through the chat function on HowlRound or on Facebook. So I'm handing it over now to Simone Salvo, Robert Pluma, Ann Bennett, and Katya Esson for the workshop Disrupting the Frame in Liberty City and San Antonio. Hooray!
Hello! Hi, thank you so much to CultureHub and everyone who is tuning in. I hope that there are people there. I also just wanted to acknowledge that this whole weekend has been like a grand experiment. So thank you, CultureHub, for being so open and responsive to the moment that we're in and allowing us to participate in this experiment, and we'll see how it goes. We intend to do some discussion and also some audience engagement. So again, if you're participating, we would love to hear from you via the chat functions. My name is Simone Salvo. I'm from the Magnum Foundation, nonprofit expanding creativity and diversity in documentary photography. And my other hat is as a graduate student at the Interactive Telecommunications program at NYU. And I want to speak as little as possible today because you both have such fascinating stories and projects and work. So I would love for you both to introduce yourselves. And when you do, I'm also going to give you some different name tag options with different personality traits that I would love for you to choose from. You have your own mic.
I've got my own mic. Well, good afternoon. My name is Ann Bennett, and I'm a producer on the Raising Liberty Square project, which is a feature documentary looking at the lives of Miamians in the one of the first Black segregated public housing projects in the South. Raising Liberty Square in Miami, Florida, which was now going to be razed to the ground, hence the title, Raising Liberty Square. And so we are following the stories of the people who live in this neighborhood, present and past. And I'm working with my collaborator, Katya Esson, who is the director and actually the woman who came up with the concept for the documentary and the project. And I don't know if we can switch to Katya now so she can introduce herself. Is Katya available? Oh, hold on. Hold on just a minute, Katya. Hold on. So we're just working on the audio. But so we're working on a feature documentary. We started 2.5 years ago, and we found that we had all these amazing stories from the people who live in Liberty Square. And our contemporary story is really looking at climate gentrification, but we found all these historical stories in oral histories that Katya has been gathering for almost 3 years now, and we wanted to find a place where we can share those stories as well. And so Katya will tell you a little bit more about that once we get our audio resolved. So, but until then, maybe Robert could get started, and then we can tell a little bit more about the project.
Absolutely. Thanks, Anne. Hi, my name is Robert Pluma. I'm a multimedia documentarian, a visual artist, and a creative technologist. And I'm going to be talking today about a project that, for now, I'm calling Hidden Histories of San Antonio. It is a project that started as a very personal project about my family's history, connection to the missions of San Antonio, which are now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And my family has been there for many, many generations. What are referred to as the Coahuiltecan people, and I'll get into that a little bit later about why that's not actually a true name for who we are, and but also a name that we're reclaiming to this day. And I'll be talking with Simone about this. Simone's from Magnum Foundation, and I could not possibly be here without their support, and I'm very appreciative of them and the Henry Lewis Foundation for making this possible. I just got back from San Antonio yesterday. I still have mud on my boots from the San Antonio River, so I'm really excited to share all the things I've been finding in this most recent trip.
Great. Well, this might be a good time as we're still seeing if Katya can join us too. I just wanted to acknowledge that you're both in process, and thank you so much for sharing that, because I know that sometimes that can be a very vulnerable place to put yourself in, to start to share work while it's in the process of being produced. So I did want to ask you both, because we do have a live audience. Oh, Katya's here? Great. Hold that thought.
Yeah, I think you can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Katya.
Very happy to be joining in from Miami. Yes, my name is Katja Esson, and I am the director, as Anne wonderfully explained, of a long-term observational documentary called Raising Liberty Square, and we're now developing a companion piece, a VR, a virtual reality project that's called Liberty City VR.
Katya, can you tell a little bit why, what prompted you to do, you're doing a feature documentary, why do virtual reality piece?
Because during the nearly 3 years that we have been filming in this community and with this community, we collected a treasure trove of oral history stories from especially elders, community elders. And we were trying to find the perfect platform to show the world their memories, because when they were children, the neighborhood that is nowadays considered one of the most dangerous and abandoned neighborhoods in the entire country, but when they were children, it was a vibrant, beautiful, cultural African American neighborhood, and very few people, I mean, they remember it obviously, but there's no general knowledge of that time and the importance of that neighborhood and all the things that came out of that neighborhood culturally, politically, musically even. So we are, that's what we're focusing on. That's what we're focusing on, putting their memories into bringing their memories alive, from the 40s, from the 50s, from the 60s down to the 80s.
Great. Thank you.
So that's a great segue. I think before we show some content from your projects, I wanted to ask, because we do have a live audience participating and because you are in process with the projects, what for all of you would be useful for you to get out of today's conversation? And is there something that you're looking to get out of today's conversation, and speaking on behalf of yourselves and also the communities that you're working with?
Well, for our project, we are telling a story, a neighborhood story. And for us, what is really most important is that our story is accurate, that we are accountable, and it really reflects the lives and the essence of the people in this community. And so for us, what we're really interested to get is, what resonates with our story? Where do you find connections? And where do you start to, so we want to see what interests you to go into the story, to go deeper, to go from one chapter to another. So Katya told you a little bit about a couple of the themes we want to hit within our virtual reality, but we're still, as work in progress, trying to figure out, well, how do we get from one theme, how do we get from the 30s to the 40s in an interactive environment? How do we get from, serious topics about, segregation to entertainment? How do we get from 60s civil rights to 80s hip hop? So we're still trying to figure out, in an interactive space, what are the prompts, what are the triggers, what are the ways that we can encourage our participants to go from one space and explore another. So that's what we're trying to get, and that's what we're hoping to get this afternoon.
That's great, thank you.
I'm really interested to explore the very notion of history itself, and I'd like to hear from the audience about how they've experienced history, who they think should be telling that history, how it's interpreted, and thinking about ways that all these different narratives can intersect to build what we perceive as sometimes an official history, and how we can challenge that. How we can find new ways to tell our own stories and make sure that we feel like we're being represented in the histories that we're encountering.
Great. Thank you so much. Are we able to show some of the snippets? Maybe we should start with Raising Liberty City.
Raising Liberty Square.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. So I might need some technical help just to see how to share screen. I don't know if they have it or not. You got it? Yeah. So they'll, I guess, rotate, is that? Awesome. Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on just one second. Action. Let's see. Any help with the audio?
Always planted trees. All of this was trees.
Actually,
and
if we may start again, because this is an important scene. There we go. Thank you.
Right here, this is my house where I grew up, 1209 Northwest 64th Street. That was my bedroom window right there. There was a tree. Mom always planted trees. All of this was trees, and she always planted trees and flowers wherever she was. This is me in front of the mango tree.
Cherries and mulberries and almonds and guavas.
Avocados.
Like paradise. If you went away, you went downtown or you went on an errand, your house, you left your door unlocked. This was the kind of community that we had. Those were golden days, golden days.
Singing glory, hallelujah.
So this was like a haven, and it was a pleasure to live in the project.
Liberty Square was
the internet connection. Okay. All right.
Pleasure to live in the project.
Liberty Square was family.
As a child, we didn't know we were poor because we had such a rich life.
The neighborhood hotel became the social center of the South. Muhammad Ali had his victory party in this very cafe where I'm sitting when he beat Sonny Liston. Dr. Martin Luther King stayed here, Malcolm X, Jackie Robinson, Nancy Wilson stayed here. That we could just go on with the names of celebrities who, when they performed on Miami Beach, could not live there. They had to come in the black community.
when Liberty Square was initiated in October of 1936, the wall was the message, a breaking off of this neighborhood from the surrounding neighborhood, which was white on the other side. Segregated housing left black communities largely underserved, no political representation whatsoever. So you have, oftentimes very poor electrical services, very poor water management, almost no green space to speak of, underrepresentation in terms of educational questions, and that leads to, again, a sense of disempowerment. The riots that emerged here in the 1960s, again in the 80s, multiple times, that problem was set in motion as early as the late 1930s with Liberty Square being in place. The concentration of poverty is really what then contributes further to the problems that the neighborhood faces in terms of drug and vice industries, in terms of liquor stores, again in terms of overall danger to young people.
Former Miami Northwestern senior high student shot and killed.
4 people shot.
The area has become known for its drug use and gun violence.
Miami's most dangerous neighborhoods.
Thank you so much, and I'm hoping that Katya can join us on the line. I wanted to ask a little bit more about starting a VR project alongside a film project. Is Katya here?
I guess that's another video that started there.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak now that we've seen this clip from the film and speak to this idea of creating a VR piece alongside of it, or having a VR piece emerge from it, and also to acknowledge that most of the people at this table are coming from a non-immersive reality background, starting more from a traditional film background, and so that experience is also coming to this medium.
Thank you. Yes, it was an incredible jump and also an incredible knowledge leap that I had to do, because it was it felt like a good idea to do this, so we applied to a very big local grant here in Miami, and we actually got the grant. So then we all kicked in gear and realized, okay, now we really have to do it. Now we have to do this VR project. And this was in December, and I spent the entire Christmas vacation with Quest goggles on my head, looking at VR pieces. I'm trying to understand, what was working, what wasn't working, how the language is, how I even, how would I even start telling somebody what I was envisioning. And then I had to also I realized very fast that as a documentary filmmaker, I was caught in my realm of documentary. I did not at all, I didn't have any idea really, how to use what is possible in VR to tell this story. I was much too linear, much too documentary-like. So I, thank God we started a collaboration right away, with many of the community members, many also of the young artists here in Liberty City. And when they started telling me, of scenes that they were envisioning and colors and style, I realized, oh my God, I have to throw everything that I know away, and I have to think again, how this can be told. We can. There's so much more, what we can do here. And what was also coming, again, as a documentarian and having a very issue-orientated film that Anne and I are working on, I am always thinking, what's the social message? What's the, what do we have to portray? I was thinking, we have to show the segregation wall. We have to show climate gentrification. We have to, the Miami riots or the Miami uprising was very important and very intricate, like explaining why the neighborhood declined so much. And then again, the community members themselves were like, no, we will not go to the riots. No, that's not what we're interested in. What we want to show is we want the world to see how beautiful it was, how we grew up, that this was paradise for us, that, we had all these cultural institutions here, that all this music came out of here. The younger artist then said, it was funny because we have 90-year-olds and then we have 30-year-olds, and the 30-year-olds were saying, okay, great, MLK was there and gave the first version of his I Have a Dream speech, actually, in Liberty City. And Sammy Davis Jr. performed there, and Muhammad Ali was there, and they were saying, okay, that's all great, but what about, Miami bass and Two Live Crew and all what that meant to hip hop, And then it's interesting to see how the older generation is kind of like swallowing their whatever they want to say, because of course, for them, the Miami bass and the lyrics, the tough language is not really what they want to portray, but they understand that this is a very important time also, and an important cultural a thing that happened here that affected music in the United States. So it has been fascinating and challenging and a lot of fun also.
And in that way, this becomes a project about preservation. There is such an urgency with this project because, as you said, this area is about to be raised and new developments about to go up. And it brings me back to the theme of Refest this year, of regeneration, because when I was thinking about this title, Raising Liberty Square, I was thinking raising, like the demolishing, and then raising as in raising up, and this like intergenerational storytelling that's happening. So I am just curious about the older folks you were mentioning, they're 9-year-olds, that are a part of this venture. What was their reaction to VR?
Well, I think I still have not quite been able to make it 100% clear, because most of them have never had a goggle on their face. And I remember me, like 3 months ago. So I've been reenacting it. I've been telling it. I've been trying to explain. And they look at me, okay, whatever, but the important is what are we telling? What are the stories that we're telling? Are we telling the world that we closed down the street for Christmas and we all skated, So it doesn't matter that I right now at this point, I don't think they care so much that I say, well, we will actually be in it. We will be skating with everybody. We will be there. We can turn around and see everything. And they're like, yeah, great. But you have to also put in the candy lady and the whatever conch fritter lady. And you know what I mean? So it's like, I think when we actually create it and people will see it. Some of course, we have everything from like really 90 to, as I said, 30 and less than 30. And many people do know what VR is, but some don't. But they don't care. It's the stories that they don't want to be lost. So everybody is so happy that we're telling this. And of course now we're coming to the point we have to select, because it will be 10 to 15 minutes the experience. So we have to now choose what we're putting in. And this is also going to be a difficult process to kind of decide really on what are the. I think we have some of the events clear and some of the locations, but we have to decide with everybody what are we going to show.
Can you give us a sense, and we'll just ask one more question before we switch over, and then we'll all discuss together. But Robert's using augmented reality, so this idea of like layering on top of your normal kind of interaction with the space in the world, and you're using virtual reality. So can you just talk a little bit about, so that everyone who's watching can understand, where is the experience? Is this something anyone at home could put on a headset and participate in, or is this really site specific? How do you imagine that working?
Actually, sorry to interrupt, but we were thinking augmented reality at first too, because of the buildings that are gone now, and you would be there and you would be able to project something on that site where something is not there. But then we decided against that, because Liberty City is so vast that people will not be able to travel, all these places. So yeah, people will be able to experience this at home. Of course, our goal is that they, the VR that they experience and the goggles will be housed at important cultural institutions and places in Liberty City where people can go and watch it. One big goal is that this will travel with the documentary, when the documentary hopefully will go to lots of festivals and lots of conferences, but then we can bring Liberty City with us, and people can actually see what it used to be. So that's for now the idea. And then we have to look at educational use, and again, I'm still a VR baby, so I know I'm sure that there are many other variants that we can do, so that more people can see it, you know.
Thank you so much. I love that term, VR baby. So
can VR Bridget? I was like, Bridget baby? No, let me do baby.
Can we switch over to Robert's screen?
Yes.
And while we're doing that, do you have any questions, Simone? Or?
Well, I'm curious actually which personality traits you both picked out of the mix.
No, you go ahead first.
Okay. Where am I? Oh, here I am. So I have, for my personality traits, I have nurturer, it's good, questioner, and messmaker, gotta be honest, and listener. Those are my key traits, yes.
I took what was left and categorized them because normally I might say that I like to be a rule breaker or a problem solver, which are great categories. But thinking about in terms of the work that I'm doing here with this project, I'm trying to take a step back a bit. And I think it's important to acknowledge that objectivity isn't really as significant or necessary. I think it's good to put ourselves into our work and to really make our own perspective known. And that's something that a number of people have pushed me to do as I've been doing more and more of this work. And but in this case, there are so many different perspectives and so many different instances of these stories going back hundreds of years. So I need to act as an impartial researcher to a certain extent, and I certainly have my own perspectives that I'm developing, but I want to make sure I don't lose others in that process because I'm trying to gather from so many different sources. So I picked dreamer and tinkerer, but also very importantly, peacemaker and space maker, because that's really the roles that I'm starting to fill in talking to even contemporary, gathering contemporary stories that are going to present sometimes opposing perspectives, sometimes contradict each other. And I think it's really important to offer space for all that, and I've used the term in the past of imagined histories, and even going so far as even if you think that it's something totally made up, at least make the space for somebody to share that, and others can make up their own minds about what they think is real. And so looks like we've got my screen up, and I'll start sharing some content. And also, I have a bunch of ephemera here. I'm not sure if we'll get to it at some point, but we can get to that after we're done with the screen time. Now, we were just talking about this concept of being new to technology, and I also love the term VR baby. But I think that it's important to always remember that the technology is secondary. I love the idea of creating a really magical, novel experience for viewers, but the last thing I want to do is have the technology take over and replace the story. So thankfully, we don't need all the bells and whistles right now, and I can actually just show you some of the raw content that I've gathered in recent days. So I'll start with these mock-ups that Ziv Schneider helped me make in after a Magnum Foundation Project Development Lab, and I created these to present them at the Photography Expanded Symposium that happened in 2018. Now, this is just sort of a general idea of what users of this mobile application, which will be primarily based on augmented reality, will encounter. And it'll be bilingual. It'll provide a map of locations, but really the whole point is you just explore and experience this really incredible historical site without having to stare at your screen the whole time. And occasionally maybe you'll get a buzz or even an audio prompt to engage in some sort of action. So the image on the right, you'll see that sort of floral pattern. And when we come back to the view of us later, I'll show you a tile here that's just sort of, oh, here we go. Hey. So this is somewhat representative of an object that people might find, and they'll be asked to scan this. And something might appear above the tile, right? That'll be a story element. And the whole point is that they'll encounter all these fragments, one piece at a time. And I've got a friend here over my shoulder, if he's able to get a close-up of that. And this is actually an example of tiles that were made quite some time ago at the missions. And Mission San Jose was known for making tiles like this. Mission San Jose is the one that my family is from. Now, my grandfather worked in the tile shop when it was recreated in the 1930s after the missions had been in ruins, and there was an effort made to try to reinstate a certain sense of what life had been like previously. And so he would help as a child make those tiles that were created for a brief period there. And he was among the last generation to have lived at Mission San Jose. And that is one of the reasons why I was inspired to create this project. I realized that there were all these incredible stories that I was just beginning to learn about, that I hadn't heard a lot of details about when I was a child. And I really wanted to pull out more of these stories from my elders, and not just from my family. I'm starting to engage with people from other families of mission descendants, and also a lot of regional experts who have a lot of really great things to share. And so this next one gives you a sense of what people will encounter. They'll be guided around the missions, and then later on also other historical sites around San Antonio, to then explore all sorts of different histories. So when they walk past this, for example, you'll see on the left there's what looks like a little foundation there that's been there since the early history of the mission. That used to be a workshop. So perhaps they'll hear the sounds of a workshop as they walk past there. And then they'll be encouraged to then engage with that story, but they don't have to right in that moment. Here's a very rough mock-up of what it'll look like when people encounter these fragments. It's not going to be a complete picture. It's just going to be a tiny little slice, very much like the experience that I'm having, where I'm exploring and finding things that may or may not be connected between all these different narratives. So at the top there, for example, on the upper left, you'll see a photograph of my great-grandmother. And below that, on the left side of that set of 3 images, is Mrs. Harris, who is a woman who actually had no connection to the missions and started to reinstate their old way of life. And around that same time, the U.S. government actually started getting involved in rebuilding the walls. It had completely been in ruins. The dome of the church had fallen in. My great-great-grandfather used it to store hay for his horses. And there are all these really incredible elements that a lot of people visiting the missions today wouldn't even realize, because it's been so thoroughly restored. A lot of visitors I've spoken to thought that those were the original walls, that the church had never fallen apart. And so as all of these fragments are gathered, they'll be able to then piece them together, and they'll even be directed to find interconnected story elements, and then we'll build this narrative out. Now, I don't have some of my older work here to show you at this time, but if you just go to my website, robertpluma.com, it's robertpluma.com, there'll be a link for an old presentation I did at the symposium that Magna Foundation put on. And there you'll get to see, for example, a photograph of my grandfather making a gesture at a wall. And that's him talking about how he would climb the walls as a child. And then subsequently, you know what? I actually have a video I can show you. I'll pull it up right now. But he will tell the story within this application about how he would climb the walls as a child. And then that allows us to talk about the history I was just describing, about the walls and how they're not the original walls. And then we can talk about the actual original creation of the missions, why the missionaries showed up, what the experience was like for those who were living there, whether or not those my indigenous ancestors had a choice, or what that choice looked like, and how they became assimilated into the mission culture, and challenging all these different histories that may have been told in ways that didn't complete the picture of everybody's experience. There are so many individuals involved in what we see as this broad, monolithic history, and I definitely want to start picking that apart. So here, we actually have a triptych that I created, and hopefully we have the audio. Well, we don't, but it's not that important. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So what you see there are three elements. The one on the right being my grandfather initially pretending to, and then actually climbing up the walls, the flying buttresses there that support a portion of the mission grounds. And that's how he would get up on top of the wall, and he was showing me how he would do it. He was, I believe, 81 at the time. And what you don't get to hear, unfortunately, because it's a slow motion video, is my grandmother, Hortensia, out of the frame yelling at him, "Victor, get down, get down." But that triptych actually connects to a lot of elements of the work that I'm doing in that, or trying to do, in that there are two other images on the left show some people from an indigenous peoples ceremony that was organized a couple years back in San Antonio. And something really interesting that I've encountered is that there are many different ways that contemporary indigenous cultures around San Antonio are choosing to represent themselves and try to draw from the past, because there are some cultures. So for example, in the center of that triptych, there was a Comanche person who was being smudged. And to a certain extent, some of the Greater Plains cultures, for example, are what were really heavily represented by Curtis and all these other photographers, and even by popular culture. And it's great that to a certain extent, some of their ceremonial practices and ways of life and appearance were well preserved. But even when that was being documented by Curtis and many others in the latter portion of the 19th century and into the 20th century, that's not how they dressed on a daily basis. That's not exactly how they went about their lives. And my grandfather on the right is also an indigenous person. I'm also an indigenous person. And but we're from a culture that was largely eradicated in terms of our day-to-day practice because of our assimilation into the mission culture. And I actually want to read something that I've written in the past about this project that sums up a lot of this sense that I have, and that I think others I've encountered seem to have as well. And it says, "The identity I was searching for when I began to research my family history, a project initially meant only for myself and my family, may have been reduced to an intangible phantom, though I've come to realize that we have been unintentionally reclaiming and inventing it throughout our lives. Our imaginations conjure gods of varying origin and form. Sometimes these gods die, and sometimes they fuse into new deities. The symbols and ways of life we have adopted are unique and feel like home." But also, interestingly, I shared that with somebody just a few days ago who challenged me on the notion of inventing. And I had to clarify that I didn't mean creating out of nothing. I meant innovating and trying to find these tiny little fragments of who we are, who we were, and trying to tease out different new versions of that way of life, of that culture. And one really, really incredible example I found was a recreation of songs. And they were songs used to evangelize the indigenous population around San Antonio. And they're strangely beautiful and haunting. And there was a book called the Alhaba that a pair, Benissa Zentea and her mother, Dr. Zentea. Benissa is a folklorist and musicologist, and Dr. Zentea is an anthropologist. And I'll play you this song. And we're really winging it here, so let me just find the actual location that I'm looking for. But I'll tell you about the song while I'm pulling this up. Now, they found this book called the Alhaba, which actually has a collection of songs, no sheet music, just lyrics, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to get this situated here. The lyrics are in Spanish, and they were used to go effectively door to door to all these different groups to try to share this notion of Christianity, of this God that would save them. And I think it's important to note that one of the reasons they might have needed saving is that there were increasing incursions into the territory. Now, this is when the Spanish had first arrived, and as it initially sometimes gets presented, it's as though just a couple of missionaries stumbled onto this river and set up this location. And really, they did bring soldiers. They did bring people who were meant to settle it and create taxpayers, create a new, bigger tax base for the Crown of Spain. And later on, you hear stories about the indigenous population being recaptured after they go out and leave the property, being bound, right? But also, as part of that process, they were leaving temporarily just to go practice their own ceremonies. They would join and live within the walls once they were built, but they also weren't allowed to practice absolutely everything that they had in the past. Some of it was a little too crazy for the missionaries, although some of it was interestingly allowed more than in a lot of other missionary locations around the world. So let's see, let me bring up this song here. And do we have audio? Oh, that's my fault.
Before entering it.
The volume's all the way up. Volume's all the way up. So that's just a little sample there, but it's a really haunting melody. And so Benissa found melodic structures that seem to match the actual lyrical song structure from the same period, and recreated this song anew. And it's really fascinating to see this process that they're going through to preserve this really interesting, very location-specific, very time-specific form of music and form of culture that was, in a sense, a part of the culture of my indigenous ancestors, but also was a tool used to change their culture. And there are a lot of really interesting perspectives on what that means and how that was done that I'm trying to continue exploring.
I think that the amount of nuance that you're talking about that sometimes can be like skipped over when we're trying to present a linear story. So I think that what I'm really understanding is that you're both like delving into these more experimental modes of practice to try and let come to the surface all of these stories that there isn't a traditional home for, or that haven't been kind of like woven into the fabric of this mainstream history. And I love what you said, Robert, about like leaning into your own authorship on the one hand, and then also like creating space for imagined histories. Making sure that perspectives that even if they're not validated by evidence or they're based on memory alone, still are legitimate and have a place in this conversation. And I think that's just really important. And I'm kind of wondering now, it's making me really think about the editing process. So I'm curious for both of you, because I think we're probably about to go over time soon. And I'm so happy about that. I'm so happy that we didn't actually get to some of my questions, because it's so interesting just hearing you both talk about your projects, and Katja too. So I would just love to hear a little bit more about how you decide, because you're both in this process of collecting material and probably collecting more than you could ever imagine putting in these projects, at least in their current state. So how does that work, and how is that different from previous editing projects in more traditional formats?
Well, we are definitely trying to make sure that we include media from all different disciplines and formats, including photography and archival footage and music, and there's one song in particular. I'm not sure it's going to be in the VR, but I think it'll be in the film. Katja, do you want to talk about the eagle, the song "The Eagle Has Eagle Has Landed"? No. If you could talk a little bit about the song, that archival song that we'd like to sort of interpret and sort of make as a theme for our project. Katja, can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah. It's called "The Eagle and The Eagle and Me" by Yip Harburg, and the version that we would love to use for the documentary is sung by Lena Horn. And Lena Horne has performed in the Hampton House, which is one of the most important cultural institutions, was one, and is hopefully becoming one again in Liberty City. But for the VR, we discovered something even more exciting, because Miami has such an incredible music culture, but when people think about Miami, they think about the Miami Sound Machine and Gloria Estefan and all the salsa and there was like the first black record label in Florida was in Miami, and it was called Johnny's Records, and Johnny's Record Shop, and they were trying to rival Motown, and there are now people, connoisseurs of that 60s sound, that's saying, actually, that music was as good, if not even better than Motown. It was just rougher. It was a mix of church and street and marching bands, and then, of course, the Caribbean, which was very, unique to Miami. So we're trying to include, we're really trying to make this journey that people will take from the 40s to the 50s to the 60s and then 80s, also a very musical journey. So that to answer Anne's question, to answer your Anne's question.
Thank you. That's great.
And how about you, Robert?
Yeah, well, if we could bring my screen up, I could show a couple of examples of how I'm thinking around this. But I thankfully have some really great opportunities that are possible with how I'm choosing to gather this material. Some of these oral history interviews I'm conducting are hours long, and I'm thinking, okay, I don't want to be the only person holding on to this material, and I don't want to have it be isolated and kept from others being able to learn from and experience, or just hear about people's experiences living within these missions, or otherwise somehow connected to all these really important cultural moments. Now, I actually did have an initial conversation with a representative of UTSA, University of Texas at San Antonio, about possibly creating my own archive there, which is incredibly exciting, because then not only do I have a repository where I could put all this material for others to access, I can then open it up to others to contribute as well. And even before, or even if that doesn't happen, I'm going to start working on ways to build out the collaborative possibilities here so others can then submit material. But then in terms of actually selecting how I present it to the public, I've been thinking about this for a while now as a series of concentric circles. So I try to start at the center of a story. And I started, again, doing this for myself and my family. So it took a while for me to get there, but I'm trying to be okay with the notion of including myself in this. And just starting from there and then building outwards to include all these other different story elements. And again, it's fragments. It's fragments, and they're starting to come further and further into the center of my story. It's a spiral of sorts. And so it's been a really beautiful process. So, I'll show you here one example of one type of material I'm gathering, where it's sort of almost a vernacular type of media, or like aerial shots of the missions. We don't have enough of this, showing all these literally different physical perspectives of these incredible structures. This is the old convento and these arches here at Mission San Jose. Right? So I have a lot of this type of material. And I'm also creating vernacular images from the ground that'll allow people who aren't actually there to use the augmented reality application to see a panoramic view and feel as though they were there, and to then navigate around the mission using these panoramic views and pull out these same augmented reality story elements that others who are there would be able to do. But then in a more poetic and interpretive sense, I want to find ways that people are taking all these elements of culture and recreating something new. So this is a group called Ballet Napantla, and this is a performance I saw in San Antonio. They also just performed here last night in New York City. I caught that performance as well. And they're doing a ballet performance about Adalitas, or soldaderas, the Mexican soldiers of the revolution. And it's very much interpretive, but it still is a really important way to look at how we view history today. So in that sense, it's thinking, okay, where do all these intersect and how do they connect? And how do I trace that route for others to begin their own exploration of this history?
Yeah, and you're both using these like the architecture of the place. And these stories, in a lot of ways, like really kind of subvert the stereotypes about these places, or the narratives that have like risen to the surface, and in this sort of like whitewashing of history. So I'm curious about how others in these spaces that are, in your case, working within the mission as tour guides, or the parks, and in your case, people that are coming in to redevelop, and like how are these projects being received for the audiences that might not be directly contributing to your narrative?
Well, so far, people have been very supportive, but for the documentary, I have to say, it's a social issue documentary, and also a journalistic documentary. So we're unearthing some stories, especially around climate gentrification. There's some really hard truths, and so in many ways, we have to be quite careful because we're still mid-production, about the stories that we cover and how public we make this. So even, when Katya and I were discussing, do we do events before the film is completed? And, because, we don't want to tip our hand too much. We're still, case by case situation. And we knew that this was, really sort of an arts audience who would be interested, but we do have to be very discreet. And I don't know, Katya, do you want to talk a little bit about having to be somewhat diplomatic because we are still in production, and it is, there's some very sensitive political and social issues that we're addressing within our projects. I think, we may have,
okay.
So, but those are some,
that makes a lot of sense, and that's something, we have to think about all the time at Magna Foundation too, with our grantees and fellows who are producing stories that, it can be quite dangerous to share too much while it's in process.
Stuff here, which is, if you look at it by itself, it's historical and not political, for many people. So people are, it's in a way much easier to talk about that and to ask for support also from the, even from the city for that project, for the VR project.
Yeah, that's funding is a whole other
That's a whole other workshop.
And Robert, I just wanted to also give you the opportunity to respond to that, and the people that are at the mission. How is that?
There's so many different interests represented, and I alluded to this earlier, but even amongst the indigenous peoples who are there now, there are at least I would say 3 separate divisions of people pursuing their own reclamation of identity, and they don't always agree with each other on how this should be done, and that's really where I see, I'm hoping that I can have some opportunity to be a little bit of a peacemaker and at least get them in dialogue with each other. It's certainly not something I'm going to do on my own, but I'm in conversation with people about trying to make some collaboration happen. It's difficult. It's very difficult. And then there are also other interests at all these missions. There's a parks department, there's UNESCO, there's the state of Texas, there's the Catholic Church, because there are still active parishes at most of these missions. And the Alamo is its own separate entity. There's a nonprofit that only runs the Alamo. I should have mentioned before, but the Alamo used to be Mission Valero. It's one of the 5 missions. And so that's a lot to navigate, and it's very complex, and in a sense, in a good way, it slows me down in that I need to really directly engage with people. I'm spending a lot more time doing sort of pre-production work, having conversations with people and trying to figure out what their framework is, and then having a separate meeting to record them and to document what they're saying, because I need to flesh out what's even going on in the first place.
Yeah, great. Are we at time? I think we might be. Thank you so very much. I just feel so proud to be able to sit at the table with you both, and this has been such a pleasure. And I hope for all of the VR babies and all of the techies that are watching that this was also generative, and I hope that you feel free to reach out to both Robert and Anne and Katya to for if you have any tricks of the trade, advice, comments, questions. I hope that this is an invitation to continue this conversation while you are in the midst of production. So if you have any last words, too, I don't need to be the last one holding the mic.
Well, I'll actually let somebody else get the last word. We didn't get to all this ephemera here, but I'll find another way to share it with y'all another time. But here's a book from a really incredible project that I found at the New Orleans Museum of Art. And it's by Wafa Bilal. And if you look at the book, it is completely blank. And they allowed visitors to take one copy if they exchanged another copy for this, or I'm sorry, another book that they wanted you to purchase from the museum. And the reason they wanted you to purchase books and put them on the shelf and take one of these is because, well, I'll just read the comment here. It says, during the invasion of Iraq in 2003, the College of Fine Arts at the University of Baghdad lost their entire library from looters who set fire to the collection. More than 70,000 books were reduced to ashes. Over 13 years later, students still had few remnants from which to study. And this is, to me, such an incredible indicator of how important it is to preserve all these stories, to preserve these histories, and to share them so they're not all in one place, so that they're within all of us, and that we can keep them going for many generations to come.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Robert and Simone, who are here with us, and Katya, who is in Miami. It's very exciting to be connected to all of your projects. We are now going to show some work from our colleagues in Indonesia at CultureHub Indonesia at the Bandung Institute of Technology. And this is an animation, Mago the animation, made by the multimedia puppetry class by Seoul Arts and ITB. Mago the animation redefines the legend of Seoul Monday Halmeng, Seoul Monday Granny, a goddess who creates Jeju Island. The animation tells the journey of creation and how nature has been destroyed by human civilization. This work reflects how men have become the main suspect in our world's destruction. Okay, that was great. Next up, we have a workshop with Layla Kassiri, who's joining us remotely. And maybe I can just say right now that all of the folks who have been joining us remotely are joining us via Live Lab, which is our own open source software that we've been developing over the past few years with Olivia Jack, who's a creative coder. We've been working on it for a long time, and right now we're sort of pushing it to have a more public release soon. And it's a distance collaboration software, much like Google Hangouts or Skype, do you want to talk about it? Yeah. Oh no, sorry. That
they just need a few minutes, so if we can either cover for a little bit while they need the tech team needs a few minutes, or we could do a little walkthrough.
Okay. So maybe actually right now we can go to Voces. Can we go to Voces? Yeah, Jerry? Okay, Siri, do you want to come in and listen to another one of our installations? So I'm gonna share with you. First, I'll read, and you can head over there. Voces is an installation of cassette tapes and portable cassette players commissioned by the Center for Victims of Torture. This sound installation was designed to reflect the experiences of women in the Central American migrant caravan traveling through Mexico to seek asylum in the United States. A United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees analysis of the screenings conducted by U.S. asylum officers revealed that over 80% of women from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico who were screened on arrival at the U.S. border were found to have a significant possibility of establishing eligibility for asylum or protection under the Convention Against Torture. CVT commissioned Voces to help people empathize with why immigrant women flee and what they experience while traveling to the U.S. Each 7-minute long piece is algorithmically generated using over 100 voice samples and over 200 instrument samples, rendering every listening unique. This process, while presenting the individual story of each woman, also emphasizes the shared circumstances that have caused so many women to flee their homes and the physical toll it takes as the cassettes naturally degenerate each time they are played.
Igual en mi país hay mucha discriminación, mucha delincuencia. Muy desesperada, muy preocupante, pues estamos acá esperando a ver si nos permite el gobierno para poder entrar. Sí que ayudan a Cristo. Yo me vine hacia allá porque tuve un problema hace un año. papá. En la noche. Me encanta mucho de la gente porque sí, aquí viene todo incluso no me vine hacia allá porque tuve un problema con mi papá. Bastante ya llegando aquí porque encontramos un drive. Siempre sale luz ahí, tratando de empezar el trauma en la tabla. Que no se matar a un hombre, que relajar. O sea, una muchacha ahí estaban gritando que la estaba tocando muchacha. Me la ahí estaban gritando
Great, so that was Voces. And now we have a remote workshop that I was mentioning earlier, Everyday Word Choice as a World Building Strategy with Layla Kassiri, who is joining us remotely via Live Lab. Layla, are you with us?
Hello.
Hey, Layla.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Cool. Great. Yay.
Yay.
Cool. Well, thanks everyone for joining my workshop. I'm Layla, and I'm an artist and an organizer and a software engineer rooted in Brooklyn, New York. And I basically just wanted to start out by giving my gratitude to Refest, to CultureHub, to myself, and to everyone who is present right now, for being adaptable and present in this time of crisis. It makes me emotional to talk about, honestly, but even when we might not feel like we have strength or resilience, we do. I mean, even showing up today. So I'm really appreciative to Refest for still going on, even though there's all of this, pandemic going on. And I feel like the entire festival going on is sort of counter to this narrative of apocalypse and complete collapse, and ending that is kind of super widespread right now. So kind of what I want to focus on today is exploring ways we can use language, and especially in this time of need, exploring how we can use language to tell a story of adaptability and resilience, stories about possibilities for the future, rather than just ending, destruction, and collapse. So kind of in the vein of one of my friend's practices, Fiona Fang, I want to start out with acknowledgements. And of course, I'm going to start out by giving an acknowledgement for the land that I'm on, which is occupied and stolen Lenape territory. And I want to acknowledge that Indigenous people, culture, and their right to land is not something of the past, but is present. And if we go back a slide still. Thanks. I want to invite people to stick around after my workshop, because there's another workshop by the Safe Harbors Indigenous Collective. And they're speaking on what you can do more than just giving a land acknowledgement, which I think is really important. And part of the compensation I get for this workshop, I'll be donating to the Ramapo Legal Defense Fund, which is helping people who live on this land, who are indigenous to this land, protect their water and indigenous ways of living. And again, I want to acknowledge Refest, CultureHub, and everyone for joining, especially in this time of crisis. Next slide. I was really excited to meet like all the people in person and kind of collaborate on ideas, but with the state that we're in now, again, adaptability. So I've created a Word doc, a Google doc, and I invite people, if they feel so inclined and energized to access the Google doc, which you can do by the bit.ly that's on the screen, bit.ly/refest word choice. And I have already put my name and my pronouns and kind of how I'm feeling right now. And I would invite other people to do the same. And I'll give people time to do this. I'll see if anyone's in the Google Doc to see if kind of we can do something collaborative. If not, that's totally okay too. But just going over the agenda right now, I'm going to start out basically with a little bit of background of how I think about ways we use language. Then I'll kind of go over how I came to this sort of understanding, provide some examples of word swaps that I've done that have been really helpful for me, and concluding with why this matters. Cool. So I don't see anyone in the Google Doc, which is cool. So I guess if people, you can also go to the next slide. Thank you. If people feel so inclined to reflect on their own, on their computer personally, or with pen and paper, I just want people to reflect for a little bit. Maybe you're with someone and you can talk to them. But what are words that you use to describe yourself? What are words you use to describe others? What are words you use to describe the future? And what are words you use to describe the world? And kind of think about this. Yeah, I'll give you guys like about a minute. You know, it's kind of funny. I've never facilitated something where I am not able to like interact with the people in the workshop. So yeah, I guess this might become more of a talk than a workshop, but I will be asking questions like these that I invite people to either screenshot or write down and take some time to think about, because I think they're really, really valuable. But yeah, what I wanted people to get out of this exercise is kind of brainstorm the ways that they already used to refer to themselves, and kind of touching on this idea that's not new to anyone, which is to choose your words carefully. And mostly, I feel like when I've at least been taught this kind of idea about choosing your words carefully, it's been mostly to not get in sticky situations, not hurt anyone's feelings. But I really believe this in a way more expanded sense of the phrase. Next slide, please. Thank you. And I think of it within this idea that we are co-responsible for what it means to be alive. So all the time when we're interacting, when we're speaking with each other, in the ways that we look to each other, we're co-authoring the reality that we live in. You are constantly building the world, and you're constantly spreading it out to each other. Next slide. Can you go next slide, please? Thank you. Ooh, back one. Thank you. So I kind of modified this, added the ending to say choose your words carefully because they construct your reality and mine. And I feel like the part about intentionality of choose your words carefully is because without intention, we fall into the modes of the way language has already been constructed, right? So in standard professional English, that language was built to support capitalism. It was built to support white supremacy. So in being intentional with our language, we can start to reflect our own values and our own beliefs rather than the imaginations of the people who may oppress us. And this isn't necessarily about policing how you feel or what you say, but it's actually to put into alignment what you're saying with how you genuinely actually feel, and not speaking out of fear, basically. I think it's also really important to choose your words carefully, because the words that we use tell a story about what is possible and what is not possible. And we can use our words almost as a ritual and a practice to reprogram our thoughts, which can reprogram our actions. And the biggest intentionality of this all is to reprogram the way that we relate to each other in our relationships. And that includes our relationships with ourselves, with each other, the world. Yeah. And I think this is really, it sounds like kind of woo-woo, and I feel like, people feel different ways about affirmations. I don't really think of this as an affirmation, but you can. But this is more thinking about like advertising and media. Those are involuntary ways that our brains get trained, but being intentional with the way we use words is us voluntarily rewiring our brain. So I'm going to go through a real quick example of something I did for myself. You can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I was feeling, I actually made this like before the coronavirus spread. So it's kind of relevant in a way now, but I kept feeling really defeated just with everything that's happening with the election, and I mean, a million things happening in the world. And I kept in my head repeating, the world is doomed, the world is doomed, the world is like effed up. And I started thinking about it, and I'll go through the process of how I kind of came up with new language, but I started saying like the world needs decolonization, which it sounds so simple, but it like really had an impact on the way I was feeling and the way I was acting. So I can, I'm going to go through a little bit more breaking down how I thought about this. You can go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So kind of what I said before, I feel like word choice can reprogram the way we think, which can reprogram the way we act, which can reprogram the way we relate to each other. And specifically for the world is doomed, kind of the story, the thoughts that I'm thinking about is that there's no room for improvement. We're just on this path to destruction. The action that goes along with that thinking, that comes out of that thinking, is being really concerned and hoarding things. It can be like not doing anything, actually being really passive, isolating yourself because you feel like there's no point to anything, can lead to depression. And so this kind of creates a relationship that's based in scarcity mindset. It's based in fear. It's based in suspicion of others, because if I feel the world is doomed, then I need to do whatever it takes to protect and take care of myself. Next slide, please. Thank you. Cool. So in contrast, the world needs decolonization, which I know it sounds really dramatic, but it's really helpful, in fact, and it makes me feel really good to think about that and repeat that in my head instead of the world is doomed. And this is because it puts me in alignment with the story that I tell him, that I know to be true, which is that a large part why we're in a lot of the messes that we're in is because of colonialization, because of white supremacy. And when I say something like this in my head, that makes me want to act. It in itself makes me want to act. And the action that's contained within it are ideas about collaboration, mutual aid. It makes me want to organize. It makes me want to feel good, because I know that colonialization and white supremacy is what tells me that I shouldn't feel good. and it changes the way I relate to other people. It makes me want to relate out of love, out of care, out of interdependence. It makes me want to build reciprocal relationships rather than only be independent. Yeah, so can we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. So I feel like I've thought a lot about kind of the relationships I want to have with myself and the world and all these things. And I think it's a really good starting point for this sort of work. The reason why I thought of like needs decolonization so instantly is because I have thought about these sort of things a lot. So questions I would offer you all listening is kind of reflecting on what kind of relationship do you want to have with yourself? What kind of relationship do you want to have with other people? What kind of relationship do you want with the future? What kind of relationship do you want with the world at large? You know, and you can expand this. What kind of relationship do you want other people to have with each other? And I think this is a really good starting point for thinking about, how we can speak differently, because I think it can be intimidating to just be like, oh, I need to change what words I use, but I don't even know where else to go because it's all I know. So maybe I'll give a little bit of silence so we can reflect on this. But yeah, feel free to write or think or take a water break. Oh, we're already on the next slide. Okay. But yeah, I seriously encourage people to reflect on these questions, and they're really good prompts for writing and stuff, or just talking with friends or family, whatever. But yeah, now I kind of want to get into how I started thinking about language in this way, which I feel like will be kind of helpful. But yeah, so a couple of years ago, I went to a conference about VR, and I learned about how impactful the medium could be, and I got really inspired to create this film called Stock Images of War, which is about an 8-minute, 360-degree film about what it's like to survive sexual trauma. You can go to the next slide. The one, I think we skipped a slide. Yep. Cool. Thank you. So at the time that I came up with the idea for making the film was at the time of the Me Too movement, which was amazing because it kind of created this like public awareness of how common the problem of sexual assault is. But I was really frustrated because all that people were talking about were like descriptions of assault, and that was the way that it seemed like survivors got any attention or any support. And this really frustrated me because I was like, I personally don't feel like the description of the assault actually contains any information to what it's like in the aftermath, and I have understood the aftermath to be actually what is the ongoing struggle and the trauma and the difficulty. And I was thinking about this a lot, and I was kind of thinking about why this is, and to me it kind of clicked all of a sudden that the reason why people have to describe all these stories is because just saying that someone saying that they've been raped or assaulted doesn't actually mean anything in our society. You know, dominant language, people in power have kind of constructed language and have used words such to completely flatten what it means, what rape means and what sexual assault means. It doesn't actually carry any story or any logic about what it feels like to be a survivor. You can go to the next slide. And in doing this work, in making this film, having understood the lacking of dominant language to talk about sexual assault and rape, it immediately clicked that I just needed to build a new language. That was the way I thought about it. I had read both of these quotes and it just completely clicked to me. So my strategy in building a new language, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. My strategy was to use an immersive medium. I was to use all these feminist filmmaking techniques that are on the slide. And, it worked. I showed the screening to survivors, to non-survivors, to people who weren't sympathetic to survivors at all. And all of the reactions were really impactful. Some people said they had felt something they never felt before. People who watched the film and didn't consider themselves survivors called me months later and were like, yo, I just realized I was assaulted and thank you for your film. It helped me realize all these things. So creating the new language was successful. That sort of thinking worked. But the problem was that it's really difficult to share it, right? I should have explained this earlier, but VR and 360 video, you can watch it sometimes on the internet, but it's intended to be in this headset, which you put on your head. So it's kind of restricted to watching it where you can put on a headset. And again, you can watch it on the internet, but for me, this specific work, I found it would be irresponsible to post it on the internet because I feel like facilitating the viewing of it is really important. So yeah, I'd created this new language and it worked, but I was really frustrated because it was constrained by time, equipment, presence that I had to be there. So the next time I made something, I knew I wanted it to be kind of expanded and not constrained to this specific restraint. And that is kind of sort of when I started thinking about how do I expand this out. You can go to the next slide. Thanks. Yeah, so sort of the next thing that really clicked in my brain was humans' relationship to the earth. I read this book, Braiding Sweetgrass, which I recommend to everyone because it completely changed the way that I live my life. It's by Robin Wall Kimmerer, who's an indigenous scientist and poet and writer. And I just became really aware of my relationship to the earth and how disassociated it was. And I became really compelled to make work about healing that relationship and about the climate crisis. And initially my plan was just to make an immersive thing, but for it to be in physical space. But the more research I did, the more I realized there was no option for me to make work. I just had to become an organizer, an activist, basically. You can go to the next slide.
Hey, Layla, can you hear me?
So I joined the Sunrise Movement.
Layla, can you hear me?
For me, I felt like my stress and my fear about the climate crisis would not be addressed or satiated by making any artistic work, any video work. Not to say that's not extremely valuable, but for me, I was just I need to literally fix things because I'm so stressed out all the time. Yeah, you can go to the next slide.
Layla, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So we are just running short on time right now. It's 5:36, and we've got our friends at the Safe Harbors Indigenous Collective here. So I'm just hoping we can, unfortunately, push through so we can give them the time that they need as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Totally. Cool. How many 1 minute wrap
Could we
up?
do a gorgeous 2-minute
Okay.
wrap up? Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, so if we can maybe push through some slides. I guess I feel like what I really want to offer more than, I mean, this work that I've made. We can skip through this slide, next slide. Cool. I kind of just want to offer like the questions I had, I guess, because yeah, I feel like that's really valuable. So in doing this work, I feel like a good question is what language will bring you towards the relationships you want to have with yourself, others in the world. So the first question was sort of, what relationship do I want to have? And then the next step is, what relationship do I want? What language will get me there? And I think if we can skip 2 slides ahead, I can do a quick example. Yeah, so this is an example of how I stopped calling myself crazy and started saying healing. I wanted to have like a nurturing relationship with myself and not a dismissive one. And I kind of just wrote out what crazy was kind of saying about myself and what I wanted to say instead. And I came to healing. And yeah, maybe we skip some more slides. Like 2 more slides. Another one too. I'm just going to skip down to why it matters. Cool. So could we just skip 2 more slides, actually? One more slide. Back one. Thanks. Cool. There's a couple reasons why I feel like this is really important. One of them is that it's bringing our truest selves. When we speak with intention and with our ideas behind it, we are bringing our most authentic selves. And in doing that and speaking our truth, that is in itself a liberatory act. And it's whenever we are engaging in liberatory acts, that encourages others to do so the same. And I also just want to end kind of by touching on this idea about change. I feel like a lot of times it can feel like things like this are really small and they're kind of irrelevant, and it can be like, how can the words that I use like impact anything really? But I think it's really important to acknowledge how impossible it is to track how change happens. And yeah, that we don't know the impact that we're going to have by using different language. You know, there's so many ways in which change can happen. It can be by spreading of ideas. It can be with us acting more in accordance with our beliefs. And yeah, I guess I'll just end by saying that I know it can be really scary to acknowledge our agency and our authorship in the world, but it's actually our like kind of duty and our responsibility, and it's the first steps that we can take to creating large-scale change. So yeah, thank you. You can contact me. I obviously have a lot more to say about this, so yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Layla. We are pushing to the end of ReFest, which is exciting. And with me at the table, we have Muriel Borst-Tarrant of the Safe Harbors Indigenous Collective, and I will let her take it away as soon as she has a camera on her. Great.
Do I have a camera on me now? Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. If you are tuning in, usually what I talk about is we do a event called called Native 101, where we talk about the land acknowledgements, and it's beyond that in our land base, that the island of Manhattan is surrounded by 5 nations, and how we have to acknowledge not only those 5 nations, we have the Shinnecock, the Matinecock, the Canarsie, and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And these nations have surrounded the island of Manhattan, Mannahatta, for centuries. So that's why Manhattan has always been a different place for meeting. So that is one of the things I talk about. So I usually go into great lengths with that, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. The other thing is we talk about, and these are questions that you can give me so we can go further when this is over. I usually speak on blood quantum and why Native community was so angry at Elizabeth Warren, and why we got so upset, because we're acknowledging that we are the only nationality in the United States that has to prove who we are. We have to prove we're Native. And we usually do that with charts and such. The other thing I go into length about is the boarding school system, because there was a time that the children were taken from their home, and they weren't allowed to speak their native language, and they had to become Christians. And I usually tie that in with the doctrine of discovery. And how the doctrine of discovery specifically affects Native peoples with our historical trauma, our PTSD. The other thing that we talk about is someone bringing whiteness into the room. When we are talking as Native people, that we tell non-Indians or non-people of color to say, you must understand when you're bringing the whiteness into the room. You are coming in with something that we have a reaction to. And so you have to understand that when you're coming into our sphere. So those are some of the things that we usually talk about. Right now, I would like to just briefly talk about where we are right now with this crisis of this virus. I don't want to name it. I've been having many different phone calls, many different discussions with people. And it's time to put our thoughts into action. And how do we do that? How do we prepare for this? And we say we're prepared, but if we talk about a Native way of thinking, what does that mean if we treat each one of us as artists of different people, and we treat our elders like we are in a clan system already? Meaning that you should not hoard. I don't understand the toilet paper thing. I don't get it. But what do we do if you are going to have more than you need? How do we start knocking on doors? Because this is how we would do it in our community. And we would start to say, okay, what do you need, right? The elders are most vulnerable, and our sick are the most vulnerable. Right now, I am working with the Urban Indigenous Collective and Sutton King, and we had a very long discussion as what are going to be the steps on how we're going to help our community. There are certain teachings that we go by, and I'm really putting them in effect now. One of them is people are saying this is wrong, but I don't feel it's wrong. We should pray, meditate, figure out how do you ground yourself. How do you ground yourself, and how do we get back to the things of nature? Because this is one of the biggest wake-up calls we are having environmentally. One of the biggest ones. If we are not understanding that all of these things are all interrelated, food sovereignty is extremely important. You know, we're seeing people hoarding. We're seeing people not taking food. How do we deal with that? You know, we are on an island here. We have to understand that. Who do you know who has a car? Who do you know owns a farm? Who do you know is growing their own food? We have to really think about those things. What are the other things that, besides water, besides extracting? For example, 10 years ago, a report came out that Nestle and a lot of these other water people came, and they were going into indigenous lands and extracting the water from those lands, going to sacred sites and doing that without permission, without treaty rights. So one of the things is it a proven fact that bottled water is the best thing for us? No, it's not. It's a proven fact that we need filters, and if things do go into crisis mode, that we need to boil those waters, freeze it, right? We have to start figuring out how we can talk to people if this is so isolationist, we have to talk about elders in our communities that feel extremely isolated. What can we do as a generation, right, that is right after the elders' generation? What can we do to make this crisis that we're at a little more, for them to feel safer, right? Someone told me today, you know, all this, the mental turbulation, when you see it over and over and over again, it's especially with this administration, there's sometimes like bad medicine to it. Like there's like really a thing of, wow, I cannot watch this 24/7. I mean, it even affected me. You know, you go into complete crisis mode. So I started really thinking about PTSD and historical trauma, dealing with elders. I mean, and this is across the board. We're talking about commonalities here. It's not specifically Native. We just go by these rules. But one of the things that we have to understand when we're dealing with a generation that's older than us, and yes, they have been hip, but they are survivors of World War II and the Depression. Coming from one generation from, in my community, in the Native community, from boarding school systems, meaning, remember, when you were locked up and you were rounded up and you were separated from your families. So this is coming in, right? We're going to quarantine. What does that mean? Because we really think, what are they going to do? And I don't know if it's specifically Native, but it feels that way. And I can only speak on for me, right, as an artist, as a working artist. And I think that's what we also need to understand too. I'm not a clan mother, I'm not a chief, I'm not a tribal chairman. You know, as I always say, I'm a schmuck like everybody else is trying to run a theater company, right? And that is the truth here, right? I'm trying to figure out how are we going to have solutions here. So when do these solutions kick in? When do traditional solutions happen? I wanted to give some people who are talking about food sovereignty, have been talking about this for years and years and years. And I would like to, for people to look up Winona LaDuke. She has a website. Look her up, please. She's been working on sovereignty for food and water, and what does that mean? What is the future of where this economic, where we're going to go economically, right? How are wind and solar panels, how those might be really necessary. And we're seeing this. We're seeing this, right? Chief Oren Lyons of the Haudenosaunee Nation, he is on YouTube. I think you should think and talk to him, not talk to him, but look at what he's saying, because these are really prophecy ways of thinking and how we can survive this, right? Sharon Day, from Minneapolis, she's working very hard by talking about water, and water is an entity of its own. And that's the problem, right? We're thinking of all these separate issues, right? We're thinking of, well, it's, the fires, and there's extracting and drinking water, and not understanding that these are all related things. And it's related to our well-being, it's related to our elders, and it's related to our youth. And so now we're going to see, how do we go further with this? How do we take these teachings, and how do we take indigenous teachings wherever you are, go back to them and use them for our arts community, right? I think that's extremely important, right? Being a parent, what does that mean? Being a caregiver for an elder, what does that mean? Should we work in groups? I'd be happy that we're going to do podcasts. I'm thinking maybe we do podcasts and just do jokes, 24/7. What do we need to do? Because in terms of theater, we're truly seeing that, we might have to change how we look at theater, how we look at performance, right? Do we do everything? Is outdoor theater going to be and I've seen it, and you say, wow, you can't build that. So maybe it's going to have to be an open stage, right? That is going to be the new way of thinking. I think the isolation for this is necessary, but I think it's time to be extremely creative on how we're going to deal with this, right? And I don't think hoarding food is the best way to go about it. And I saw the individualism actually happen this morning. You know, no one cared. Everyone was in a bad mood. No one cared about anybody. They didn't say, excuse me. They didn't care. They were pushing old people out of the way, fighting with the mentally ill. How is that helping us? We have to really think of our traditional teachings, whatever they are, right? We shouldn't be shaking hands. In the Asian community, maybe that's something different than it is to us, right? So we're seeing these different crises coming to, and this is just one crisis, right? So that's what I wanted to say about this, and how I'm making a effort to the elders in our community and my community itself. How can we go over this solution? And when I say my community, I do mean the arts community too, right? How do we go about that? So, any questions? I did it really quick.
I'll just respond. I don't know. There's so many. I mean, you brought up so many amazing points to think about. I think that one of the things that I've thought about for a while, just because it comes from CultureHub's own creative practice, this idea of using technologies, using digital technologies to bring people together and you know, for creative experience, but also to share ideas and to expand understandings. And it seems to me at this juncture that there are indigenous communities all distributed all over the world that most likely have insight and solutions already that are very close to their histories, and I wonder what it would be to have a convening of different indigenous communities, separated indigenous communities, to talk about these issues, and if in that conversation that could inform, actually beyond the indigenous community, some types of actions that we could implement or take or think about, or some type of learning, and I think that that's one of the reasons that we wanted to hear your voice here within Refest is also to hear what your thoughts were about, in particular around the theme of Refest and regeneration, and this idea of generations. What should we be thinking about? What learnings can we take from indigenous culture that should be applied to the circumstances that we're facing today?
Well, I think it's very important to really note that respect. Really respect. And we lack that sometimes. And I saw it today. And I really was worried about the world. And me and my husband came back, and we came back from shopping, and I said, this is really ridiculous, you know, because we're really talking about teachings that you should have enough for yourself. I understand fear. I understand what that means, right? But there's something more to it, that we need to talk about respect. We need to, what is enough, right? What is enough? Water, what I'm seeing about, I'm still not over the toilet paper thing. I don't understand it. I go back to this every time. I'm not getting it. You can't eat it. I mean, so like, what is there? Are people taking this to barter with? You know, so you start to think like this, right? And water, I think it's very important to talk about what are the solutions for fresh water, right? Also understanding that healthcare for all that we need to really talk about, or universal healthcare, is not a socialist point of view. It is a point of view that is very needed, and we're going to see that in this country, right? I think respect, and once again, you know, I think respect is the most important thing, you know, and talk about that. You know, no one talks about, we're so isolated with the cell phone. We're so isolated with these technologies. Yes, they're great tools, right? But when there's a crisis, how are we going to go further? You know, that is, and someone said they're thinking of this as like there's no planes going up, right? There's no, so now it's like we're on a break. Right? Like Mother Nature seriously said, y'all need to take a break. And through my teachings really is that you cannot, I know it's no joke, but the earth is going to do what it's going to do if you do not treat her right. We are taught that Mother Nature is our mother, and we have to take care of our mother. And we're not taking care of our mother. We're not taking care of those things. And as someone told me one time, well, Oren Lyons said to me one time, you can't argue with a beetle. A beetle's going to do what it does. Nothing you do, it's going to go around, it's going to do, and it's going to do it. And I used to say, oh, wow, beetle. But it makes sense if you think about it, right? Mother Nature, the nature, it's going to do what it's going to do if it's not treated correctly. And we're seeing this. We're seeing this. You cannot extract. You cannot make pipelines. You cannot have the greed that we're having without something going on, you know? And we're getting the biggest wake-up call in our lives. Okay?
Muriel, it could go on for,
yes.
It could really go on, and maybe it can go on soon in more ways in the next month. We will have a lot of time to think. Before we end this live stream, thank you. Thank you, Safe Harbors Indigenous Collective, our collaborating partner. We're going to get a couple more things in before we let you go today. Okay. First, we're going to go to Andrew Chi, who has made a I don't even know what to call it, a work of art. And I'm going to give Andrew the microphone, and we're going to look at these books that he has made.
Thanks, Maddie. Can you see all of this? Great. So this project I'm calling Universal Constructors, and as you can see, it's a series of books here. There's 10 out of 16 versions. Universal Constructors, I took the name directly from John von Neumann's idea of self-replicating machines. Von Neumann had his book published in 1966, and the ideas were used a lot in even 3D printers like the RepRap project, basically a machine that could replicate itself. And we found a lot that, or there's a lot of people who write that it even applies to our own DNA. So very simply is trying to explore this idea and in a very simple object such as a book. And so following from von Neumann's ideas, there's 3 parts to a machine. There's the blueprint, there's the reader, constructor, and then there's the copier. And if you think about it, for these books, the format itself, as you can see, is its own dimensions. So the limits of how many pages, the limits of basically the format that's prevalent in publishing. But also what I found interesting in this project is that this object that looks so alien and minimalist and cold in a way has so much labor wrapped up within the object. So I was basically using a code to automate a very popular but commercial design program called Adobe InDesign. But the code itself was open source. So you're already having these 2 sides fight with each other. And when these basically self-publish themselves, they go through all of these steps, which I found with print-on-demand printers that actually involved a lot of human labor. And what I found was that when you put in a very small order, you actually get a lot of errors coming out of the system. And that was interesting to me. But the minute you put in a large order, contrary to what you believe, there's a lot of human hands involved, and it actually becomes more perfect. So as we go through these, you'll see that here, this was a local printer here in New York City. They actually rejected this copy because this was not deemed perfect in their eyes. whereas the one on the left was. And these types of just small decisions were very human. They could not ever be automated in a way. As we move down, you start to see just like playing with the formats. This is actually a printer from Pennsylvania and very automated. And just move you down the line. Yeah, these are very high production quality, but still highly automated and prone to error. So if you think about this idea of self-replicating machine, this can basically start to mutate, in this case with the idea of a circle or ellipse. And you get these, yeah, just as you see there on the side, some very interesting artifacts that you could not have planned for. So these are part of the mutations in the system. You can also see in the back some mistakes here as well. But here also is another interesting, just to me, the artifact that the UPC, or basically the commercialization of this object, was required in order for it to run through these systems. And that's something that I'm exploring further, whether I can fight against that or whether that's required. As we move down, you can see, actually, here's one very obvious error between two copies that came out of this automated system. So you see here, this is something that no professional printer in Manhattan would ever let out of their shop. This would never have made it through. This is only possible in a way, right, through the automated systems. She's asking why. Oh, sorry. Oh, because I actually tried to get them to. So there's actually a printer here called Best Type, and I was working with Dane there, who was very professional, and I was trying to get these results from them. And every time we tried to do it, it was like almost painful for him to have to do this. And I totally understand, because my day job is within graphic design and interaction design, and unlike art, you actually are trying very hard to make something that's very perfect, even though that's not really possible. But it fights against basically art practices in a way. So he could not let that through, and I totally respect that decision. So yeah, these are 10 formats. And actually there's a few others over here that we can take a look at. So it was interesting to me that they start to become a little sculptural as objects. And they visually, when you see these, you're seeing, basically going back to von Neumann's ideas, you're seeing all three parts: the blueprint, the reader, and the copier, basically at work. And then, the systems also, you see visually the limits of what is possible in print-on-demand publishing today. Sorry? Oh, yeah. So yeah, here you have basically the smallest format possible. And here you have sort of the largest possible. It's like a phone book, basically. But based on basically the rectangle. So going back again, just to wrap up on the idea, the blueprint here is the dimension of the book and the limit of the spine. The reader is basically the code itself, this open source library called bazel.js. It's basically a processing, or P5.js. And that, in conjunction with InDesign, basically reads the dimensions and then creates each page in steps per page to create all the layouts. And then, yeah, basically the copier is the code itself, but running through all of the formats possible in print-on-demand. This could also apply in the next version to furniture. It can apply to objects, sculptures. But it's, in this form, it's I feel, the simplest. So yeah. Beautiful. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you to Andrew Chi and his project Universal Constructors. So the last work that we're going to share with you today is in virtual reality. And so we have Sangmin standing by in VR. And this work is by Uzoma Orji, and it's called The Baptism of an Igbo Man. And I'll just tell you a little bit about the work. And maybe we can go to the VR for the live stream audience, and I'll tell you. The Baptism of an Igbo Man is a reflection on post-colonial belief and ways of seeing. It uses the emergence of Christianity in Igbo land as the visual subject to interrogate the disruption of African belief systems in the colonial context. Okay, that is us. That is it for us from Refest in New York City at La Mama. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. I'm Maddie, and we are CultureHub. We're at La Mama. Anything else that we should say, Billy?
I don't know what to say. It's been a crazy 3 days. It looks like it's going to be continue to be crazy out in the world. We will be here at La Mama. We're going to continue to be in residence down here in the downstairs. We're going to try to be bringing more content online during this time. If that is possible. Obviously, we're going day by day. And yeah, I just want to thank all of the artists and obviously our founding partners, the Seoul Institute of the Arts and La Mama, and all of the partners that made Refest possible. In addition, I'd like to give a shout out to HowlRound, and we really appreciate them coming through and letting us stream all of this content online at a very last minute. So here we are. We'll stand in front of the Refest banner before we go. And yeah, so thank you very much for joining us online, and stay tuned for what comes next.
Shout outs to Billy, Jean, Livia. Say your name again. Ji-hoon on the camera, Deandra, Sungmin, Jerry, Filippo, Jean, Siri, everybody, thank you. Good night. That's a wrap.